does. Good evening, Wednesday night blessings. God's peace to you, to your home, to your family. Hope everything's going great tonight. It was a beautiful evening. Oh, I hope you got out for just a short stroll after dinner, or maybe you can even squeeze in some short walk or time outside, take a breath of fresh air before you turn in for this Wednesday night. It really is a nice evening out there. Nice rain-cooled air. The atmosphere has calmed down just a little bit. But the flash flood threat continues. You know, we're not done just yet. We're almost there. We're almost rounding the corner and getting to an end of this weather pattern, shifting back to a bit of a July weather pattern. What I want to start with is the current watches, warnings, everything that you need to know before we get to radar and what we're going to expect moving forward later tonight, heading into your Thursday. So we've got flash flood warnings, we've got river flood warnings, we've got the flash flood watch. So we've seen some of it decrease. In fact, slowly but surely things are improving from east to west, okay? Good evening, Jody's here. Good evening, Caitlin is in Kerrville. A lot of us are very concerned, absolutely, I understand. I know Bernie, I say Uvalde. So those are the three primary spots. The good news, Caitlin, is that you're not in a flood warning right now. You're still in a flood watch. Not to say it's over, because we still have another couple of rounds of heavy rain expected. I'm going to show you future radar in a moment, give you the best timing for especially Kerrville, because now the focus is really to the west and just west of San Antonio, and that focus does include Kerrville and Kerr County for some heavy rain and some flooding threats through tomorrow. So I'm glad you asked. Doesn't it, though, Jody? Feels really good outside tonight. Brian, thank you so much. Oh, praise God, man. God's glory. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. Priscilla. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God is good. Corpus, not so much. I mean, chances are there. Bandera, definitely looking at some more heavy rain. You're just outside of the flood warning. You can see all of Kendall, and then about half of Medina, all of Uvalde, and then a good portion of Real, Edwards, and just a smidge of Kinney County. The rest of our river flood warnings that you see along our area rivers. But then you see the county flash flood warnings are a bit more of a polygon shape. Nothing going on far west side. Good to hear you, Dawn. Hope all is well. New Braunfels, still in the watch, but things are improving. Hi, Lynn. Absolutely. Praise God. Thank you. Can you expect any tornadoes tonight? Not tonight, Desiree. Not tonight. But once we get back into, hey, Justin, not tonight. Once we get back into another round tomorrow, it does appear that, we're going to have, once again, a chance of seeing some storms and these isolated tornadoes, believe it or not. Just an incredible weather pattern where these tropical thunderstorms produced isolated tornadoes. You just don't see that too often. So a couple of rogue downpours developing tonight. One now just about to move out of Leon Valley. You can see here up Highway 16, Bandera Road, a little bit of rain moving towards Helotes. And then we've got one downpour. Somebody was asking about far west San Antonio coming up on 1604, 151. That's a pretty good rain shower for Alamo Ranch in far west San Antonio. No lightning with that. But that's some heavy rain right there. One small little pocket there. Then also north of Hondo on Highway 173. Another little rogue downpour. And there's the rest. Heading up towards Junction, some pretty strong storms, thunderstorms over Kimball County right now. So yeah, you can tell it's isolated tonight. Not to say this will be the same once we get into tomorrow, because we still have an upper level feature to the west that's going to generate just a little bit more. Let's take a look at the current rain situation and where we are with some totals around the area. These are just off the charts. So I'm going to reset those and start getting in some new numbers here. Let's see what we've got. North of Uvalde, 16.5. Sabinal, 19.8. Oh my gosh. That's as much as we saw in the April, May, June time frame. Oops, didn't mean to do that, but I did. Okay, let's do it again. Uvalde, Sabinal. Let's do this. I'll do it this way. Right over Medina Lake. Nice. Use all they can get in Medina Lake. Bernie, 14. Garden Ridge, I'll call it, 8 inches. Wow. I mean, just amazing. And let's just see how much, I think this is a 48-hour. Yeah, 48 hours. Man, just incredible. I-37 south to Corpus, safe to drive 37 south. Ramon, give me the timing. Is it tomorrow morning? How's the weather for San Antonio next couple of days? Improving, but a good chance of rain tomorrow. Natasha, I have a kiddo at camp just north of Lakey, where the Frio starts. How's that looking? Okay, great question, Natasha. We've got a good chance of rain there. I'm going to show you the rain chances. We don't currently, let me just check on flood warnings in that area. Now, Lakey is definitely under a flood watch, so they have to be very, and a good portion of that area is also under a warning. So there's Lakey under a flash flood warning right now. Let's take a look at what they're saying. between 3 and 13 inches of rain have fallen in this area, flash flooding ongoing, and more rain expected. So what's important now is we take a look at future radar and just show you what we're expecting to see moving into Thursday. Because here's the reality. Tomorrow's flooding outlook is moderate. That's a 3 out of 4 risk. A 3 out of 4 risk. So that's the red. You see for San Antonio, Boerne, New Braunfels, a 2 out of 4 risk. The green is a marginal risk. That's still just a Austin, Gonzales, just not even Gonzales, Seguin, Floresville, but a pretty good reach on the moderate risk for tomorrow's flooding rain potential. Here's future radar. Let's look at the timing. Rain could be at 1 a.m. We're looking at 1 in the morning for rain to develop. Radar pretty clear with some Kimball County. So the HRRR, this is initializing really well. This is spot on at the moment with rain over Kimball County, and that we just looked at. Thunderstorms developing, heavy rain, Uvalde, Leakey, Bandera. This is all after midnight, and that's round 1, and then it expands at 4 a.m. a little farther west to Del Rio. Notice we start seeing some rain in San Antonio into the morning rush hour, 6 to 7 a.m. Go ahead and delete these and get some better pauses here. So by 1 a.m., then 3 a.m. it expands a little farther west. Now 6 a.m., and we're looking at very heavy rain west. But notice how it's really kind of tapering off, and it's more of a moderate rain for San Antonio. So it's not as though it's not going to rain, but it's just, it doesn't appear it'll be as much. 10 a.m. hour, and our rain area expands out west, and that's going to start getting into some serious flood situations and flood problems. So Leakey's going to get a lot more rain come tomorrow, and I'll show you the rain potential. You can see some daytime heating now is going to pop a few showers, but not very many. It really kind of thins out in tomorrow afternoon's run. And then the 281 corridor, maybe tomorrow evening. At this time tomorrow night, look at that. And it stays west, though, into Friday morning, Friday midday. And that's where the threat shifts on Friday, all to the west. Del Rio under I want to say 2 out of 4. Let's see what, 2 out of 4 risk, Del Rio up to San Angelo come Friday. Now, how much rain? And this is key. Uvalde expecting more rain? Yes. Yes, Liz. And that's where, again, we just pray for safety and awareness and staying weather aware through overnight and Thursday, because there's going to be pockets of heavy rain in that direction for sure. So here's what we've got. Look at this. So between now, this is between now, oh my gosh. This is between now and Friday. An additional inch for San Antonio, Boerne. But then look at that pocket, and that is including Leakey. A lot of rainfall. I mean, that bullseye now, Edwards County for 13.25 inches of rain, according to this rain model. So that's a significant amount of rainfall that would lead to some flooding for sure. Yeah, just one thunderstorm, Deborah, just kind of a rogue thunderstorm out there, not going to cause many issues. We're not expecting anything tornadic out of that. This is a smaller downpour. But yeah, right over SeaWorld, far west San Antonio, right at 1604, 151, marching north. Could start getting a little larger. Would hate to say it's not going to, turn stronger or go severe, because we've seen several of those kind of storms today for sure. Catching up indeed, Johnny. Pipe Creek, hi Patty. Yes, in the mix for some decent rain tomorrow. Not as much as just west, but Pipe Creek's going to get probably another half an inch to an inch of rain through Thursday afternoon, Thursday night. Hondo, same, Brianna. I'm afraid they could get upwards of about another inch to 2 inches of rain in Hondo tomorrow, and are under a greater threat of seeing the flooding and stronger storms. Excuse me, this one does bear some watching now. This is how all those storms started today, and all too many of them turned severe quickly. So it's definitely something to watch now very closely. I'm going to put it right there and keep an eye out. Just looking for some. Let's take a look at something here. Okay. Not that we're looking at anything severe here, but I just wanted to take a look at something real quick. That thunderstorm is definitely growing, definitely building. That's getting impressive now. Yes, Joe, we're okay. Uvalde going to get more rain tomorrow, Tess. Definitely tomorrow. Uvalde and Batesville really need to stay alert. Leona goes through Uvalde straight to Batesville. Absolutely. Praise God. We pray for all those in Uvalde to be very safe tomorrow. All those in Bernie where the flooding is, Lord, protect them. Keep people aware of the situation. Give wisdom to seek shelter and stay alert. Stay alert in your holy name. Protect our residents. Protect our people, Lord. This is really going to be, again, another big flood threat. And this storm right here is starting to really blossom here. West of Leon Valley, you can see it's actually building a little bit. It's growing. This is the one you're going to have to watch, or I'm going to have to watch and keep you up to date on. So, again, we will keep this radar loop up. We're now at 9:38, so I've got to go get ready for the 10 p.m. broadcast. I'm going to leave you guys with a loop on the radar. Shows the watches and warnings. Make sure we're all lined up here well. Okay. Yeah, this should be good. And those are good. Okay. And there you have it. I'll leave that loop going for you guys and bid you farewell and blessing. May the Lord bless you and keep you. We will see you on Ken's 5 News at 10. Now, if you're inside of this polygon, this is the time now to seek the safest room in your house. It's going to be the lowest floor. It's going to be surrounded by interior walls. It's going to be away from windows. Get in there with your phone. Make sure that you've got some connection. Make sure that you're also reaching out to anyone that's in this area, Northwest Bexar County. I mean, look at the size of the polygon, because what can happen is that this storm can grow and expand a little bit farther to the east. Now, with that said, we haven't seen that too often. I mean, it's really, most of these storms have kind of held at about their size and intensity and lasted about 10 minutes. 10 important minutes of, what we have to track and make sure we see this moving off to the west and north at about 20 miles per hour. Okay, so let's take a look at the velocity and see what we've got with the exact amount of gate-to-gate shear. So that's a pretty tight little area there. See where it is? So you can see it's southwest of Helotes, 1604, gate-to-gate shear right here in the green and red. Where that's meeting is going to indicate exactly, right where that arrow's pointing, exactly where we're seeing the spin, where we're seeing the rotation. Off the top of the show, that tail was the first sign of seeing that water getting whipped around in the upper elevations of the storm. Now you can see the gate-to-gate shear with storm relative velocity giving us that gate-to-gate shear, and that was just a fresh sweep. It didn't get much worse, but it's definitely a well-defined area of rotation. There's definitely rotation in this cell. And again, it's Cross Mountain, Helotes, and Scenic Oaks, and this tornado warning in effect until 10:30. 1604, Bandera Road right here, and now we're just west of there. Here's 211. New HEB is just out west of where we're looking right now. And this is, again, moving directly north. So it's not going to be moving to the west or to the east necessarily, but remember that everything around this area is going to be very, very intense wind speeds. I mean, we can take a look at what kind of winds we're dealing with in this. 35 miles per hour, obviously not too bad. Minus 12 because it's moving away, so it's moving towards the radar site. But these numbers aren't too staggering right now. Here's what I want to do. I want to track this so that we have a better idea as to where this storm is moving and which areas it's going to impact. And as I drag it a little farther to the south here, and now we'll get a cone and see exactly where it's going in the next few minutes. So we're going to go 20 miles per hour and move this to the north. So we'll take this cone, this will give you an idea, and I like to do it right from where we're getting that spin and rotation and moving due north at 20. So McAndrew Elementary School at 1042, Methodist Bernie Emergency Center. So it's really moving into, Kendall County, southwest Kendall County at about 1057, 1101 Cibolo Creek Elementary School. So again, right over Bandera Road, and again, really more or less Highway 16 where it meets 211 and this intersection here. So these are a lot of ranch properties in and around that spot of Bandera Road, just heading outside of Helotes, not many miles at all, but you can see it's just off to the south and west of Helotes and moving up to the north at about 20 miles per hour. Now, debris signature. When we talk about dual polarization radar, one of the most fascinating tools that we can use is this correlation coefficient. And what it basically means is that it can detect whether or not water or non-water is being airborne or is in the air. So as we go into that same exact area, notice that we don't see much in the form of a difference like we saw with this morning's tornado over the rim. So here we are at Helotes, back to the west, and about 211. Here's again San Geronimo, Highway 16. So it's right in that area where you should see, or we should see, that blue, that yellow. It would be almost a block right in the middle. I mean, you see a few of them here. So this is indicating there's definitely some good strong winds around that storm, and maybe some things are airborne and it's picking it up. Again, things being non-liquid, that's why they're represented in a different color, because rain's going to be the red into the purple, and then the non-liquid is going to be the yellow into the green into the blue. Once you see like yellow, once you see really like green, blue, then you definitely know. Like if one of these pixels was embedded right here,
in the middle of all that rain, then we would know for sure we've got a tornado on the ground, because that's when debris is getting picked up into that inflow, that huge inhale, that suck zone, as it's called in the movie Twister, and you've seen it in meteorology. Well, that's that vortex spot, and that's when everything gets airborne, and it's going to get, again, caught up in it and stay within it because of the velocity of the winds. And so with that, you definitely know you have a tornado. Instead, what we're looking at is the rotation, and it could be in the upper elevation, in the upper part of the storm. So that's why I want to take a look now at exactly what kind of storm height we're dealing with as we get back to reflectivity and see exactly what kind of size storm we're looking at. So as we see it here, we center it up and go to a slice of what it'll look like in 3D. Right across the heart of that storm and the heart of that vortex, and we're pushing into about 30,000 feet. So remember, 5,700 roughly is going to be a mile up, and so we're several miles up into the atmosphere, but not as large as what we can see with thunderstorms. I mean, sometimes 50, 60,000 foot tops are across south central Texas, even North Texas, that produce larger hail. So this is a, medium size, I would call it. Not a very large or very tall storm, but nevertheless, 30,000 feet, it's definitely a strong, good storm that is moving again through northwest Bexar County. A wider view is going to show you that most of the action tonight's been out I-10. We've got some better downpours now beginning near Kerrville, Mountain Home, but really the brunt of the action tonight is right over Kimball County. And then some isolated storms beginning to pop now over Uvalde. And remember, anything that falls, especially on that Highway 90 corridor, is going to be an issue, because there are upwards of 15 to 20 inches of rain in that area. But this rogue thunderstorm, you can see where it started. As I mentioned, right around Somerset, it was crossing Highway 90 and just really starting to bloom and intensify. And then the lightning started right at 1604. It was just off to the west of Leon Valley. It just kind of clipped Leon Valley, really, and then just really kind of beelined for Helotes and is now parked right over northwest Bexar County. And this tornado warning now in effect right until 10:30. So let me show you, too, that first indication right there, like off the top of the show. We were right here. And you can see what I'm talking about with that little curl right there. It had almost that little tail on it at the top of the show, showing again that water was being whipped around at the top of that 30,000 feet, because the radar, now with that dual polarization technology, is taking a look at it like that piece of lasagna. You can see almost every layer, okay? And each of those layers is going to definitely be visible and see what kind of action is within it. And so as this pushes north, it's starting to lose that tail a little bit, which is a good sign. But it's definitely not losing the rotation that we have within it. So that's why I say, let's go back over to storm relative velocity and see exactly what we're looking at with gate-to-gate shear. And it's not a very well-defined spot. In fact, a little bit less than what we saw a moment ago. It's just about right in here that we're going to be most concerned with seeing that tightening rotation, but it is not a well-defined what we call couplet, and showing us that there's definitely a vortex forming, or a vortex that could produce that funnel cloud and get that tornado to touch down to the ground. We would definitely see a different picture if that was the case right now. I want to take a look at the possibility of hail. The storm a little bit earlier this afternoon had some hail in it. We didn't get any reports, but there it is again. We see a little bit of hail forming, but then dissipating quickly. It's right there at about 10 o'clock, right at the top of the show. And you can see it's very small, pea-sized hail that may not have reached the surface, but there was some hail in that cell a little bit earlier when that storm was south of where it is now. Now it's not expected to be producing hail, instead just some of that rotation, again, right over areas west of Helotes and Government Canyon State Natural Area, a very densely populated area. And again, let me just try to fan this out and show you a better look, moving at 20 miles per hour and right across northwest Bexar County. So we'll go ahead and track this whole spot and move this directly north and show you some of these communities. Now, if you're in this area, if you're in this polygon, and I would say, look, Los Reyes Elementary School So the Triana subdivision out Bandera Road, and then you know what this is hitting is San Antonio Ranch. This is right on top of San Antonio Ranch. So if you're in San Antonio Ranch or Triana, that's the neighborhoods that you definitely need to be in a safe room right now. If you know someone that lives in San Antonio Ranch or Triana, and that's where Los Reyes Elementary School is, it's inside that neighborhood of Triana. Give them a text. Just send them something that says, hey, I don't know if you're watching something on a stream channel. If you're not paying attention, there is a tornado warning over you right now. Get into your safe room. Because with this kind of rotation, this can change in a heartbeat. And it can be a full-fledged tornado like we saw this morning. And that's a very dangerous situation. That was an EF1 that ripped through the rim at 8 o'clock this morning. And now we have a very similar thunderstorm, not showing that well-defined couplet, not showing that well-defined vorticity, but nevertheless showing rotation. So if you're at Helotes itself, 1017, Los Reyes Elementary, and again, the Triana subdivision, San Geronimo is a little bit north, so 1026 is when arrival is there, and that's only about 7-8 minutes from now. McAndrew Elementary School at 1040, 1047, it's in San Antonio Bernie Stage Field. So now you're looking at Bernie Middle School South just before the top of the hour as it lifts up into southwestern Kendall County, which cannot afford any more rainfall. I mean, you consider how heavy this rainfall is. Keeping this northern track sends this into Bernie. Now, I'm not saying it's going to have the rotation, but it definitely is going to have the heavy rain that Bernie cannot handle. Bernie's sitting at about 13 to 14 inches of rain on the ground, and a lot of Bernie is underwater and in a dangerous flood threat situation. So as this lifts over Bandera Road, okay, that fresh sweep just showing you that that curl did not intensify, which is good news. I want to say that's good news because if you start seeing that really curl, that's definitely showing signs once again of increasing rotation and the possibility of that tornado on the ground. Because what we're looking at is, again, radar indicated rotation, just like we saw with the other two storms that did not produce confirmed tornadoes. The confirmed tornado was only this morning, but then we had two other active tornado warnings at 4 p.m. hour and again in the 5:30 to 6 p.m. hour. Neither of which were confirmed touchdown tornadoes. They were radar indicated rotation. But we have that technology now that's the beginning sign of a tornado. So the National Weather Service will trigger the tornado warning to give you the heads up, to give you the time to prepare, and now give us the time to pray for our safety, that God would protect everyone in the storm path, that everyone in this storm path would have the wisdom by God to at least find that shelter possible, get that family located in a safe room right now. Lord, protect everyone in the path of this storm. In your name we pray. Keep everyone safe. That is the key. And then again, with this kind of technology and getting the heads up that we can have, that we can see this storm and where it's going to be moving in the next 30 minutes. And it's going to hug, again, far west, northwest Bexar County, because right here is the Medina County line. Right here is Bandera County line. And this is Medina Lake right here. So you can see it'll stay east of Lake Hills, Pipe Creek, but it will drift directly north. And it's really relaxing on that curl. Praise God, look at that. It's really relaxing on that curl. That is really good news, because once we start seeing that, we can start again having hope that this does start to wind down and we don't see this storm intensify. Back to the most important is definitely going to be the velocity, and see with that fresh sweep exactly what we have on the couplet and whether or not we see that gate-to-gate shear. I can still see where we're located, directly west now of Helotes. So you see Highway 16, we're looking directly south. This is the spot of concern. So let's get right in here and see if we've got a community. There's Santa Loma, Reveo Drive, Ranch Parkway. So that's going to be just west. There's Hausman, Braun Road on the bottom of your screen. Again, not a significant signature. Not a significant signature. And I'm going to expect the same as we look at the debris field, because this is another great tool And we praise God for this kind of technology. We praise God for the blessing of the intelligence that gives us this opportunity to have this kind of technology with dual polarization radar. Just south of Shadow Canyon Drive, Santa Loma, and again, right on top of San Antonio Ranch, essentially. And just off to the west, I mean, by like steps of the Triana neighborhood. And we're not, again, this could be some airborne twigs and things that are non-liquid. All this red is the rain, but we're not seeing that block like we saw this morning. If you were with us earlier this morning, I mean, when it shows up, it'll be a block just like this, like from yellow to green, embedded in that red. And that's definitely a good sign that you have a tornado on the ground, because you've got an area of debris airborne. Because remember that once it's like that vacuum gets it up airborne, it's the same principle of whether or not you put water in the bucket halfway up, and if you spin that bucket over your head in a circle fast enough, not a drop of water is going to come out. Same principle. So you've got that vortex spinning. Everything that gets drawn up into it starts to spin and stays airborne until that vortex dissipates. All right, back to the live radar and see what we're looking at with this reflectivity and whether or not that curl's intensified. Coming up on 10:24 and about 6 minutes left on this current tornado warning. So not a big signature, but definitely a nice little curl right here. Again, these are the ones that definitely give us reason for concern. Cross Mountain, Scenic Oaks. You're going right out I-10 right here into Bernie. This is I-10 going into Kendall County, and Bandera County is right here. Okay, we just saw that shrink in its polygon. So this has been a reissue, if you will, but the time has not changed. It's still only until 10:30, but now let's see what the new parameters have been given. We're still located over Government Canyon State Natural Area, 12 miles south of Bernie, moving north now at 15 miles per hour. So it has slowed down a little bit, still radar indicated on the rotation, and we're looking at impact areas to include San Geronimo and Scenic Oaks. So it's lifting north, it's staying west of Helotes for the most part. Now it's northwest of Helotes. Helotes should be seeing the rain intensity diminish, and we thank God for that. We have so many people in this area. I mean, this is such a densely populated region. I don't know the last time you've been near Alamo Ranch and some spots out west, but it is really thick. I mean, Alamo Ranch alone, that's like a city in and of itself. There's several schools within Alamo Ranch now. This is, of course, north of that area, north of SeaWorld. We're crossing over Bandera Road now. Here's the 211 intersection at San Geronimo. A lot of ranches out here, a lot of new neighborhoods that have been built, and it's going to move right across that spot and just stay really the brunt of it, again, going through the uprights of, I'll call it Cross Mountain and San Geronimo, splitting those uprights right in between. And the worst is over for Helotes. Notice, too, while we're here, how far away lightning can occur. You know, sorry, but lightning doesn't only happen when it rains. I mean, remember, you don't need the rain to produce the lightning. Cloud to cloud and then cloud to ground. It can definitely happen. When thunder roars, get indoors. If you can hear thunder, lightning can strike where you're standing. You don't have to have rain. You don't have to see the lightning. If you can hear thunder, lightning can strike where you're standing. And this is always the best indicator, to have a lightning tracker that shows you how far away a bolt can occur from the actual thunderstorm and the thunderstorm's rain. So obviously the brunt of it, and it's not producing a whole lot of lightning either, is now crossing over Bandera Road, still not seeing a really well-defined signature of rotation on this, which again is good news. So we're now coming up on 3 minutes away from seeing this tornado warning expire, and we hope that is the case as this moves north at about 15 miles per hour. I do want to track this now with that new speed and see exactly what we're dealing with on where this is going to be over the next 15 to 20 minutes. I don't think it's going to be a warning that we see extended. I think it's going to be a warning that is allowed to expire, just based on how this storm is behaving It's still until 10:30 and moving north at 15 miles per hour. Now the communities that you will see and experience some very strong winds and some very intense rain in this polygon area. West of Cross Mountain, and there's a fresh sweep. No big change on intensity here. But we're looking at McAndrew Elementary at 10:49, San Antonio Bernie Stage Field just before the top of the hour. And that's really going to be the area east of the most intense portion of the storm. Because remember, I'm kind of fanning this out just a bit. So really the most intense part is going to stay west of both McAndrew as well as San Antonio Bernie Stage Field. That is for sure. Unless, I mean, we see a jog to the east, but these have stayed on their track for the most part. They've really stayed on their track. 2 more minutes to see on this countdown of whether or not this is going to be extended. The polygon was shrunk down to only include this area of where that thunderstorm is. This is now the 3rd tornado warning we've seen this evening. The other 2 did not result in a full-fledged tornado. They were radar indication on the spin, and they were both over China Grove and St. Hedwig, eastern Bexar County. This little rogue thunderstorm started at Somerset and grew across western Bexar County and is now intensified to pass up Helotes to the west and is now crossing Bandera Road, Highway 16, and drifting into northwest Bexar County, west of Cross Mountain, west of I-10, and just now east of 211. So as it continues moving north at about 15 miles per hour, we should hopefully see this warning expire in now less than 1 minute. We'll see exactly what we're doing here on that tornado warning. And as we're seeing and waiting, I do want to remind you that this rain is moving into a rain-swollen Bernie. This is going to be nearing, again, Scenic Oaks, but then when it gets into southwestern Kendall County, it's going to be a major issue, especially if it slows down. We pray that this moves through quickly. We pray that people are safe and on higher ground and away from any threat near the areas in Bernie that are flooded, because a lot of them are. And there we are, 10:30, and it has expired. So that is good news, but this heavy rain is bad news for Bernie. This is moving north. We've got Alicia Nieves in Bernie. My colleague there, here with KENS 5, has been reporting on the Bernie situation, and now this is going to get a lot worse as this storm moves north. If we want to go back to the desk in Henry and Easties, or if we're going to go to break and try to regroup and give you some of the latest from Bernie and some other reports, we'll take a break right now and be right back here on KENS 5.
When the stakes are high, results matter. At Thomas J. Henry Injury Attorneys, results are earned through preparation.
Good morning. Nearly made it on at 1, 2, 3, 4, but it is now 1, 2, 3, 5. We've got 12:35 live radar is going to show you that we've got another tornado warning. This one essentially northern Zavala County into southern Uvalde County. And this is an important area of interest because of how much rain has already fallen. You can see the copious amounts of rainfall, and Uvalde now under the risk of seeing a tornado move into the area. So we're going to get a closer look at this and take a look at some of the timing that we're considering as this moves north. And right along Highway 83, essentially, you can see La Pryor on the bottom of your screen, Batesville, then right up Highway 83 into Uvalde itself. This warning in effect until 1:15, so it's nearly 45 minutes of what we expect to see on this warning. Again, we're north of La Pryor, heading into Uvalde. If you were in the town of Uvalde, let me take off this radar for just a moment so you get an idea of the warning. If you're inside this polygon, you've got to take cover right now. I hope and pray that you've gotten the warning. I hope and pray you know someone that you can alert, give them a call, text them, and let them know that they're under a tornado warning along Highway 83 between La Pryor and Uvalde. This is a dangerous situation, a life-threatening situation where we could see a tornado. And at this time of night, it gets even more dangerous because it's number one, it's late enough that most people are asleep and unaware of what's going on. And number two, you really don't know much. Even if you are outside, you're just going to hear things deteriorate quickly. And that's, again, the only warning you sometimes get if no one's paying attention to local media. So let's take a look at what we've got on the radar screen first and show you the movement and show you the development of this over the last hour. So this was a storm that essentially congealed with another little line that you see, this outflow that's across northern Zavala County, kind of joining in with what was already kind of lifting into Uvalde County. And now right over the badge there of 83 for Highway 83 is where we see that kind of coming together a little bit. And that's essentially where this rotation is being picked up as well. So we can see that there. And now let's take a look at our velocities and indicate what kind of rotation we might be looking at. We're going to look for what's called gate-to-gate shear, where again you get the green meeting the red, and that indicating where winds moving away from the radar site are next to winds. And see, we're right in that area, there it is, south of Uvalde. So it's still in Zavala County technically, right where that arrow is indicating is this gate-to-gate shear. Now this is a really well-defined gate-to-gate shear spot. Unlike the ones, we had 2 tornado warnings, well actually a lot more than 2, but we had right before at 10 o'clock, and then we had one at, 5:30, and then we had one at 4 p.m. We had 3 tornado warnings earlier, all radar indicated as this one is as well. And none of them had this kind of tight gate-to-gate shear. This is a bit more of a dangerous situation and a more likely scenario of producing a tornado. This is good, tightly wrapped rotation that the National Weather Service, Matthew Brady's been keeping a very close eye on and monitoring. And at first, there was some circulation up here and some rotation in the cell closer to Uvalde, and that broadened. But now this south of Uvalde and into La Pryor, this is the area that, again, we're now very concerned with. We're going to save this and then take a look at what we see with the debris, which is, again, called correlation coefficient, a radar product that can show you debris within. Okay, so this is interesting. You watch for something like this right here. A good block of what would be yellow and green embedded in the red. And that's kind of showing some signs of a little bit of debris here. It's not matching up exactly where that gate-to-gate shear was located, but it's certainly something to keep in mind that you've got a little bit of a debris field showing up here just off to the east of Highway 83. Again, disregard this multicolored spot. What we want to see is right in this region. So there's definitely some debris, right? It's because it's right on Highway 83. If I show you exactly and just kind of match up these images, see, it's right over 83, but there's also this area of gate-to-gate shear as well. We've almost got two spots right here. That's a bit alarming as well, or it could be one broad area, but that's interesting to see two little spots right there. Again, we're south of Uvalde. Let me get some specifics on this so we know exactly what we're looking at and where this is moving, and we can now then track right from that spot. So if we go back to the radar, and we'll find out the specifics from the National Weather Service. Again, south central Uvalde County, south of Uvalde, northwestern Zavala County, almost north central, and this warning in effect until 1:15. It's radar indicated rotation, and the storm capable of this tornado is over Washer, Texas, about 7 miles north of La Pryor, and it's moving north at 15 miles per hour. Some of the communities, Uvalde Estates by 12:45. So in the next few minutes, Uvalde Estates could be impacted. So we're moving north at 15 miles per hour. So we'll take a look with a cone. And move this north at 15. And let's do it right from where we're seeing a possible vortex. Uh-oh, what's that? I don't want to do that. Let's do this instead. I like the squall line in this because then it shows you this whole area. Now this again, the rotation, and where we expect to see. Okay, the Anthon School at 117, Bryce Lane, Colonia at 118, Uvalde itself at 120. And again, that's why you have this warning issued as far in advance. Benson School 121, Benson Airstrip at 123, North Uvalde, Colonia at 126. Again, drifting to the north at 15 miles per hour. So we'll see once again that we have a pretty sizable storm. I like to take a look at kind of height we're dealing with. This is a little taller than the cells we've seen earlier. They were stopping at about 30,000 feet. This one going up to about 40,000 feet. So that's interesting right there that you see that difference. Not by very much, but definitely a little bit of a difference there. Yeah, pretty good, tight little gate-to-gate shear. Let's take a look at what this looks like in motion here. Because you'll even see that little swirl right over 83. And this is heading right towards Uvalde. There's even a little bit of rotation in that storm that's right over Uvalde right now. But this is definitely a good rotation signature right over Highway 83, crossing from Zavala County into southern Uvalde County. About to be right on the line. Let's see if we've got any kind of community spot in here. Uvalde Estates was pretty close by, but we don't see any roadways until you get up towards Uvalde, North Uvalde, Colonia. La Pryor and Highway 57. There's 127 out of Batesville, but nothing that we have
showing as far as the community there in that storm's path. And the last thing this area needs is a tornado. When you consider how much of a flood threat this very heavy rain is. I mean, Sabinal, you're looking at an area that is exceeded 17 inches. There's Canipa getting very heavy rain. And this heaviest pocket, I don't see a real good defined hook echo in here. You see this little notch just northeast of where we're seeing that gate-to-gate shear, which is essentially right over that badge of Highway 83 that's showing us what interstate that is. But yeah, if you get an idea, let me just show you. Look at the amount of rain in this area. And I've got the tornado warning on here as well. 16.6 inches, and that's this spot right here. And then you've got nearly 20 inches of rainfall, and that's going to be right at Sabinal. This is the amount of rain, by the way, this is the amount of rain that fell April, May, and June for San Antonio. And we saw it in 2 days in this one spot, Sabinal, Texas. And look at how big this reach is of rainfall, especially Uvalde County. I mean, all of this gray and white, this is all a foot to 15 to 16 inches of rain. 18.9 in this pocket. So anywhere you see these little gray areas, this is all 18 inches of rain in 2 days. This is just extraordinary. And this is all very heavy rain right now. And now on top of it, a tornado, the possible tornado. We've got rotation for sure. So in a situation like this, we pray. And Lord God, I pray right now that your sovereignty of protection is over residents in Uvalde. That in this moment, they feel your presence, they feel your protection. That, Lord God, you bless them with peace through this. You bless them with clarity and wisdom to seek shelter, to reach out to those who live in Uvalde and live in this harm's way, to alert them, keep them safe, Lord. Bring these families together in a safe room. Please bring these waters down in this flooding. Please make sure people seek the shelter and the higher ground they need to stay safe. Protect them, Lord. Protect them now, Lord. In your holy name. Until 1:15, again, Uvalde is just going to lift out of Zavala County now. There's the storm itself, and you see the polygon that's coming in right up to Uvalde and should impact Uvalde in the next 20 minutes. I'm so concerned about not only the tornado, but of course the flooding rains because of just the current flood warning. I mean, this has been a flash flood warning that's been in effect, gosh, since early yesterday. Yeah, since early Tuesday, this has been under flash flood warning, this whole area. And you just saw the rainfall totals explaining why, right? All right, let's take a look. Yeah, see, that's a really good little signature of gate-to-gate shear. And you can see the little swirl indicating that rotation. It's a 35,000-foot storm, so rotation aloft is always possible. It's been radar indicated. We don't have anything confirmed from any authorities there. But one thing that does help us is a debris field, and I'm just not seeing it. We would definitely see a distinct marker right in this area of, again, a green or a blue embedded in the red, showing us something airborne, showing us something not liquid. Remember, that's always the case, that you have liquid, non-liquid, and this is a dual polarization radar tool that came in, you know, I forget when they put in the dual pol radars, but I mean, it's been more than, man, I'm really really guessing. I would say 10 years. Because you see, we had a radar here. We still have it, but it's just not up to dual polarization technology, because that would cost us millions to put that kind of technology on the radar. But KENS 5, the only station in San Antonio to have its own radar. And it's still here, obviously. But when I got here in 1996, we had the controls, just like I'm doing at this computer here. I had this box with a joystick here in the weather center, and I could control the tilt and the movement on it. And if you've ever been here in the medical center, you can see the big Doppler ball atop the KENS 5 building at Fredericksburg Road. And I could control it from right in here in the studio. It was awesome. We were the only station with its own radar. Well, now we're looking at radar from this sweep, as you see, is coming from Brackettville. If I zoom this out, that's the National Weather Service dual polarization radar in Brackettville, Texas. So that's how we're looking at this storm. Because here, we go off the New Braunfels radar. There's a New Braunfels radar that looks into San Antonio, looks into Austin, and so it's right in the middle and away from the most, or the highest population center, and that's your best location always for a radar. Look at how this rain area is expanding and really filling in across western Bexar County. One of the most fascinating things about this weather pattern is how quickly we ramp right back up to near saturation in this atmosphere. We're raining out these just extraordinary rainfall totals, and yet the atmosphere is regaining its moisture to the point that we're nearly saturated in San Antonio. I mean, at last check, which of course was almost 3 hours ago now, I had near saturation in San Antonio with the dew point and the temperature. Let's take a look. I'm just curious now that we're talking about it. Air temperature 76, dew point 73. Look at that. Well, you can't look at that. 76, 73. So that puts humidity at, 91%. So if we cool to 73, we reach saturation. That's 100% humidity. And just to know that we went, again, into this evening, after all that rainfall, that this atmosphere is that close to saturation. 73-degree dew point despite all of this rain. Now, of course, that's San Antonio. I would imagine the dew points are a little bit lower out in the Uvalde area, but not by much. Excuse me, not by much. Okay. Again, if you're just joining us, kind of reset the table here. We've got a tornado warning in effect until 1:15. I mentioned 1:30. That was a mistake a moment ago. 1:15 on this tornado warning. And if you'll just excuse me a moment, I want to take a look at the National Weather Service radar's chat in order to see if they're giving us any new information on this storm and on what's happening right here. Because you can tell that this warning is going to continue, because this is that gate-to-gate shear was good enough. Uvalde flash flood warning extended to 8 a.m. now. There's also going to be a flash flood warning issued Bandera and Kerr counties. Tornado warning remains with the circulation nearly stationary south of Uvalde. Kennepoel gotten more inflow on its southern side, monitoring that as well. So that's going to be at the top of the screen there, kind of part of the same system in a way.
And don't be alarmed here. I'm just going to go ahead and do this now. But we're going to have to change batteries on this microphone. All right, we should be back. Thank you, Jacob. All right, so the Knippa storm, we're getting a little bit of inflow, and what can, again, lead to some circulation on that cell that's just south. What we're talking about is right in here. There could be enough of a little bit of an inflow happening, and we start seeing some rotation in this storm. So let's take a look. We can keep this view right here in case we see a new warning issued for Knippa right over Highway 90. I don't know if you knew this, but in Uvalde, you've got what's called the intersection of America. So here's Highway 90, which runs, of course, from Georgia all the way to California. And then you've got Highway 83, which runs from the border of Texas and Mexico, U.S. and Mexico, all the way north to Canada. Intersection of America, downtown Uvalde. Thank you, Jacob. So, Knippa, and let's take a look at what we've got with the storm relative velocity there. Seeing some rotation, very broad. A little bit of a spin, but it's not too concerning when it's seeing it that broad an area. But certainly something to keep an eye on. Still pretty well defined here, broadening just a bit. There's a fresh sweep, and it is broadening just a bit. See if we can indicate some big winds here. Not really. Sometimes you'll see that one right there. That's a pretty good wind gust, no? No, it's just a tornado warning, okay. There's 50 miles per hour. Again, a dangerous situation with a life-threatening tornado warning in effect until 1:15. This is south of Uvalde. And remember, this flood warning has just been extended to 8 a.m. Thursday. It's been in effect since yesterday, midday. Knippa, very heavy rainfall. Not seeing that hook develop, but definitely a little bit of a sign of some rotation there that the Weather Service is keeping a close eye on. Could see a second warning issued there at Knippa. This whole area has seen upwards of 15 to 18 inches of rainfall. So what rainfall you're seeing is only going to worsen the situation for Uvalde County. And the flooding there could get catastrophic along some of the rivers and banks in Uvalde County. We take a look at the debris field. Not seeing anything significant here within the polygon. We want to be seeing it right. I mean, you can definitely tell. I showed you those 50-mile-per-hour winds are estimated. So, I mean, there could be some things that are airborne that are showing up as these yellow dots here. That could certainly be something. But if there was a vortex, if there was a tornado on the ground, you'd see a block of yellow or green embedded in this red. That would be a much different picture there. So we've got 15 minutes now on what is a tornado warning until 1:15 for northern Zavala County, southern Uvalde County, and this storm heading north at 15 miles per hour. While I say that, let's get back to the radar. Let's see what we've got on an update here. Oh, and we are canceled. Good news. Good news, but the bad news continues. Good news, the tornado threat is over for Uvalde. So grateful, praise God, that we saw this dissipate enough that it's not going to impact Uvalde with a tornado, because it was heading right towards Uvalde and maybe just to the west of that intersection I talked about, the intersection of America, Highway 83, Highway 90. But this rainfall is such a huge issue. This is such a big problem. And it's only moving at 10 to 15 miles per hour. And this will exacerbate the flooding situation there, which again has rainfall estimates upwards of 15 to 20 inches. Rainfall rates 2 3/4. I mean, that is very, very heavy rainfall, and it's the last thing Uvalde needs. So while I've got you, let me just show you that there's some rain east of what we were just looking at. Utopia up into Kerrville now. Some very heavy rain moving into Kerrville. No flood warnings there. Show you what I'm talking about with the current warnings. Well, there are river flood warnings. So any of these elongated polygons are flood warnings along area rivers. But look at Uvalde. I mean, this entire county is under the flood warning. And then embedded here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 river flood warnings. And you saw the rain that's falling there now. This is going to be a big story tomorrow. This is going to be a dangerous, catastrophic story tomorrow, as this flooding is going to only get worse with that rainfall. And remember, this is one wave. I'm expecting maybe 1 or 2 more in addition to what's falling now during the day Thursday into Thursday afternoon. More flood warnings for northern Medina County into Medina Lake and the Medina River. All of Kendall County under a flash flood warning, rivers across Kerr County and into Bandera County, and rivers in San Antonio, as well as the New Braunfels area down into Guadalupe and Wilson counties. Then the flood watch remains through Thursday evening. Those are the dark, filled-in counties in green. All right, so let's go back to radar and just kind of recap once again. We have very heavy flooding rains falling over Uvalde County. Please be praying for the residents of Uvalde, that they are seeking higher ground, that they stay safe with this rising water situation. This heavy rain continues up into Kerrville. We've seen areas of rotation. We just saw the tornado warning canceled as we saw that good gate-to-gate shear broaden enough that there was no concern now of a tornado forming in that cell. But it's still a very dangerous cell and a very heavy rain producing thunderstorm complex that is just covering Uvalde County. And this is not going to be leaving the county anytime soon. This will rain now here from Uvalde up through northern sections of the county for the next hour to hour and a half. So we will monitor this situation. Of course, I'll be handing things off to meteorologist Paul Mead Ellis for morning coverage. I'll keep you updated on the bottom of your screen. And we have a looping radar on our KENS 5 Plus, our KENS 5 Facebook, our KENS 5 YouTube, just to keep you ahead of the storm in the overnight hours, and full team coverage coming your way by 4 to 4:30 a.m. or earlier if necessary. God bless you. Stay safe.
Uvalde County, and we have numerous flood warnings. So we're going to walk through all this. I'm going to walk off the screen here, but I'm going to keep talking. Here's where the tornado warnings are. There's 2 of them, and this is just kind of to the north and east of Uvalde, and that would be right. Canepa would be right in the polygon there. Of course, this is Highway 90 would be in the track of that possible tornado. Also, we have got another tornado warning, and that's for the extreme southern portions of Uvalde County. That one is until 3:15. You can see there till about 3:15 this morning, and then we do have a flood warning that is in effect for Uvalde County. It's going to be one of those mornings that you definitely want to stay at home if you can, and do not travel if you don't have to. Okay, let me show you the radar and what the radar looks like. You can see the thunderstorms. They're just blooming all over Uvalde County. Let me come down to about the last 30 minutes, because that's all we care about right there. And you can see here's the thunderstorms. We have a lot of lightning, and we've got some very heavy rainfall. Let's talk about the tornado warning, and let me get to the radio velocity display. You're going to have to hang with me because we're going to kind of do this on the fly. But this is important information that you need to know about. Let's see, the storm relative. Yeah, there we go. It looks like, boy, it's not really showing. Oh, let's go. Let's use this one. There we go. There we go. It's looking a little bit better. Okay. You can see what is happening here. Where you see the reds are winds going away from the radar site, and greens towards. And just to the east of Uvalde, we've got a little couplet here. At least this is just a few minutes old. The timestamp there we go. Yeah, just a few minutes old, but you can see what has been happening with time. Very nice couplet there. Definitely a possible tornado. It looks like it is weakening though, and that would be crossing right around 90 right about now, kind of moving there off to the north or northwest. Not at a great rate of speed. I would say about 10 to 15 miles per hour there, coming right across 90. Let me zoom in and see if I can get you just to the west of Canepa, and that will be again a weakening signature, but nonetheless looking at a signature of a tornado, possible tornado there right around Highway 90. And again, that tornado warning expires right at 3 o'clock this morning. Okay, let's take a look at the other one. And yeah, just a really nice signature right there. That was just a few minutes ago. And now looking at a weaker signature, but still right just kind of between, let's say, northwest of 83 a couple of miles, and just to the south of 90 there. Let me get you zoomed in, and you can see just moving kind of off to the, looks like it's moving kind of due, kind of northeast, and again about the same speed there. So both of these couplets are weakening, it looks like. Of course, the radar site out of Brackettville is just a little bit of a distance there to the west, but definitely still showing up on the radar. So we've got tornado warnings in effect till 3:15, and also 3 o'clock for the southern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, let's take a look at the rainfall potential. We'll go into that, looking at the radar and how much rain has been falling. Let's see, we'll go, there we go, right there. And need to take these off. There we go. And let's do a little bullseye, and let's go here. How about there? The computer is telling me that just, let's see, oh, we got to get rid of that. Bam. Okay. Let's get rid of that. And the observed time. This is just over the last 3 hours. So just in the last 3 hours in Uvalde County, we've had, wow, now these are radar estimates, but 7 inches of rain just in the last 3 hours. I would probably say more like 5 to 7, something like that, but heavy rainfall there along 90. Also to the south and west of Uvalde, about 7 as well. So I'd say 5 to 7 pretty safely in the last 3 hours right here, just in the southern portions of Uvalde County. And we do have that flood warning. Let me get you the particulars on that. Let's see. Let's go with that. Again, there's the tornado warnings that you definitely need to watch out for, but let me zoom out a little bit, and we'll take a look at the, there we go, right there. Nope. Let's go with that. Warnings out. There we go. Okay, now I'll get it for you. Okay, yeah, the flood warning is in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. Emergency management reports flash flooding all across Uvalde County. Of course, between 6 and 16 inches of rain have fallen over the last 24 hours, and expecting a lot more. And I just showed you where the heavy rainfall has been here over the last couple of hours. This is a life-threatening flood warning, and heavy rainfall will continue there in Uvalde County. Of course, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams in urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses. You know those areas that flood flood often and flood easy. You want to stay away from those. So turn around, don't drown, especially at night. You know, at night it's really hard to tell what exactly is going on. So be aware of your surroundings. And flooding right now is occurring in Uvalde County. And if it's not occurring, it's imminent. So be important to know where you're at and know how your relatives are doing, because this is going to be one of those mornings where you definitely want to pay attention to what is happening. Okay, so that's the flooding situation. Let me break out real quick, widen the scope here just a little bit, and tell you about some other counties that have flood warnings right now. Of course, we do have flood warning that is occurring here in Medina County, and that is until 8 o'clock. Doppler radar is showing the rainfall over the last couple of days, of course, have been around 3 to 15 inches, and amounts of about 4 more inches are definitely possible. Let's see what else we've got. We've got flash flood warning in effect for Real County as well. Let's see here. Bam, boom. Okay, so flash flood warning for Edwards County, Kinney County, Real County, and that's until 4 o'clock this morning. Flash flooding is, again, either occurring or will occur. And you know those areas that flood easy, you definitely want to stay away from those. Again, this flood warning is for portions of Kinney County, Edwards County, Real County, and that's until 4 o'clock this morning. Okay, let's go over to Kerr County. Kerr County until 6 a.m. We've got flood warnings in effect. Oh, sorry, that's for the river. Until 6 a.m. for, northeastern Bandera County, for Gillespie County, portions of Kerr County, Kendall County. You've got a flood warning in effect until 8 o'clock. I've seen a lot of rain there in Kendall County as well. Looks like here in Bexar County, we don't have a warning right now. You can see where those warnings are. Okay, so we've got numerous flood warnings that are occurring right now. Let's go back to our tornado threat. Let me go back to the radio velocity display. Let's go back to that. There he goes. Okay, yep, take that, take that, take that. Okay, here's the radio velocity display out of Brackettville. Let me zoom in, give you the, let's go back. Yeah, okay, so here's what the couplets look like. I showed you just a second ago, and they're definitely in a weakening phase, but the tornado warning continues. Let me put the warnings, not the fill, but the outline. There we go. Outline. Sorry, I have to do this on the fly. Okay, so here are the tornado warnings. We've got one until 3 o'clock. Let me back this up just a little bit and show you the progression. Yeah, look, the signature was much greater just a little while ago, and it is weakening, but it does look like that signature is over Canepa, and it's still showing up. So if you're watching right now from Canepa, definitely would take cover. And these images are usually just a little bit old, so I would probably say that this possible tornado is just right around Canepa, or maybe just to the north. I mean, it's very close to Canepa, and also 90. Let me see if I can come down. Okay, so you see where that is, right? I'm going to take the radar off, and I'm going to take that off too. And there we go. And I'm going to take this off, and I'm going to take the fill off. There we go. Okay, now you can see a while ago, and I'm going to put this back on, and you see where the couplet is, right there, just kind of very near Canepa. And just so you can, I'm going to zoom in very closely here. Of course, Canepa is not a huge community, but just so you can tell exactly what we're talking about, right? The couplet would be just to the south. Well, actually, since this is a little old, I would say right over Canepa, pretty close to it. And let me put this into motion right there. So very close to Canepa, you've got this tornado that is possibly on the ground. It's radar indicated, I believe, right now. And then here we've got this other couplet over here, and this one is definitely definitely weakening, but it looks like, see the one right here, and that usually happens. You've got one spin, one vortex there that weakens. Really, it's like an area of low pressure. And then we've got another one that's developing, it looks like. And I don't have a little community for you, but it's kind of on old Eagle Pass Road. That would be FM 481, and that's where the looks like new spin up is starting to develop right there. So if you know where that is, and it looks like it's moving kind of off to the northeast, it looks like it's probably going to go right along FM 4. Is that 481? Yeah, 481. FM 481. That's Old Eagle Pass Road. And that looks like it's going to continue to move kind of along that road and move to the north. So we've got definitely a tornado warning that continues, and that's until 3:15. This one looks a little bit better than the one at Canepa, but still Canepa, that's a pretty good signature there. So again, tornado warnings until 3 o'clock, especially for the Canepa area and also for that Old Eagle Pass Road. And that's going to continue to move northward towards 90, it looks like, there in southern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to send it back to regular programming. But again, these tornado warnings are in effect until 3:15. I'll be back in just a little bit with another update.
And it was a very charming upbringing.
Some of those memories and recipes are featured in his new cookbook, Nothing Matters But Delicious, a radically honest cookbook.
When I look at your background, and it is so
Not a storm spotter, but nonetheless, if you live near the Canepa area, I would take cover now. Go to an interior part of your house, lower part of your house or apartment, wherever you're living. And torrential rainfall is also possible with this tornado, of course. And this tornado warning again goes until 3:45. The other one is until 3:15. Let me get back to the original screen that I had. There we go. And we put that into motion. And I'm going to show you exactly what is happening here with the radio velocity display on both of these tornadoes here, possible tornadoes in southern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we've got the one. This one right here is until 3:15, but you definitely see the couplet here. This is going to be just west of Uvalde, and then this one is until 3:45, and the town of Canepa is pretty close to right about in here, and that would be moving generally right towards Canepa. I'm going to zoom in a bit and get you a little better view here. Let's start off with this one here that's close to Uvalde. Okay, if you know where Old Eagle Pass Road is, this is just passing that. Matter of fact, I would say that this possible tornado is probably approaching Highway 90 right now, just to the west of Uvalde. And you can see right there, kind of moving off to the north. Let me stop this. And yeah, kind of off to the northeast. So if you are watching from the west part of Uvalde, I would say just about 3 miles or so, 2 miles, couple of miles, there is a possible tornado that is headed your way. Make sure and take cover right now, just west of Uvalde. Let's take a look at this other one here that's near Canepa. This possible tornado is again also moving kind of northeast and towards the town of Canepa. See, there was another signature earlier, like at about 2:45. That was about 20 minutes ago. And now we've got this one that's approaching the town of Canepa. So again, if you're watching from southern portions of Uvalde County along 90, I would just take cover, especially in the Canepa area and just west of Uvalde with these tornado warnings. And let's go to the regular radar display. I want to show you what these thunderstorms look like. I'm going to take this lightning off. And take the lightning off, zoom in, and that way you can see what these thunderstorms look like. Just putting down some very heavy rainfall pretty close to the town of Canepa. And let's go, yeah. I'm going to put this on the... yeah, it's already there. Okay, so we're looking at the Del Rio or the Bracketville radar, and the heavy rainfall is just west of Canepa. You know, the thing about these, this is kind of with so much tropical moisture and the way that the atmosphere is working, you don't have like really great signatures on radar as far as like the hook and stuff, but definitely when you look at the radial velocity display, these thunderstorms, both of those that are have had a tendency to produce these spin-ups, and a possible tornado could develop. So just to let you know about that. Okay, we've got other warnings. I'm going to touch on these just briefly. We've got flood warning in effect for Uvalde County, portions of Kinney County, portions of Edwards County, also Real County, portions of Bandera County, also Kerr County, Kendall County, portions of Gillespie County, and we do have a moderate flooding that is occurring on the Guadalupe River, especially between Ingram and Kerrville there. And let's see, there's a couple of other rivers that have moderate flooding as well. So we do have numerous flood warnings that are in effect. And let me show you the radar here, and it's still raining very heavy up around the Kerrville area. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder there, and especially there in Uvalde County. Lots of thunder, lots of lightning, lots of heavy rainfall. We've seen some unbelievable amounts of rain there. Here in Bexar County, let's see, I'm going to change the radar, I think, out of this. Yeah, we're going to go to that one, to that one. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, here in Bexar County, we have kind of generally just light rainfall falling right now. Let me see what else I can show you. This is kind of a loop over the last 6 hours. And you can see the heavy rainfall there in Uvalde over the last couple of hours, actually, and then over Kerrville as well, and just kind of general rain across Bexar County right now. There is not a warning for Bexar County, at least not a flash flood warning. Let's see, rainfall rates, unbelievable rates here. Let me see if I can zoom in and get you some rates here. Yeah, wow, that's huge. The radar is telling me 4 inches per hour rainfall rates. That is amazing there in Uvalde County. Yes. Oh, this one's that can't be right. That one says 5 inches per hour. That's a lot. Let me show you right along 90. almost 5, 4.6, and then we've got 3. So anywhere from 3 to 5 inch rainfall rates per hour here in Uvalde County. That's huge. 24-hour totals. Let me get rid of that. Let me show you this. And right there, close to Uvalde, we're talking just in the last 24 hours, anywhere about a foot of rain. Make sure that's right. Yeah, about a foot of rain or so around the Bernie area. 8 inches, and close to Kerrville, about 8 inches as well. So just amazing amount of rainfall. Here in the last 6 hours, we've picked up in just northeast of Uvalde, we have picked up 8 inches rain, anywhere from 4 to 8 inches just in the last 6 hours. Also near the Kerrville area, about 7. So just amazing amount of rainfall. This is what, of course, one of those mornings, just like yesterday, where if you don't know the depth of the water, you definitely don't want to go into just don't chance it today. It's probably going to get a little bit more serious than yesterday, and also it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. Okay, we got a new tornado warning that has just been issued. Having to do a little bit of this on the fly here. Let's take that off, and I think maybe I can get you some information on this brand new. Yeah. Okay. So no, I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to take that off. Yeah, there we go. Nope. And we're going to take that off. And now, okay. Here's the very latest on the tornado warning. That they've kind of reissued that tornado warning, as you can see. Let me get you the fill. There we go. Okay, so now we've got kind of 3 tornado warnings, and I'm going to go back to the radio velocity display in just a second. Okay, so this brand new one that was just issued just a second ago, it's until 3:45 for southwestern Uvalde County. Of course, this is radar indicated. This severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado, moving to the north, not very fast, at about 10 miles per hour. Of course, you can have flying debris, and mobile homes could, have a lot of damage, and damage to roofs especially. So get to the bottom floor of your house. Take cover now if you're in that area, and that would be basically just to the west of Uvalde. They've got a big polygon on this one. I don't think it's going to probably make it to the top end of that polygon, but anyway, just to the west of Uvalde there. And then we still have this tornado warning to the right, northeast of Uvalde, and that's until 3:45, basically for the area of Canepa. And this one was supposed to expire. The one on the left was supposed to expire at 3:15, and yeah, still in effect until 3:15. Okay, let me go back, now that you can see those, let me go back to the radial velocity display, and let's put this into motion. And let me get you the particulars here. Okay, so that one that I was talking about that was coming across 90, looks like it is moving pretty fast now, or at least a little bit faster than 10 miles per hour, it looks like. And that's going to be just to the northwest of Uvalde. The couplet doesn't look as impressive, but still, if you were watching, let's say from 55, kind of north and northwest of Uvalde, take cover now, as this could be, is this a possible tornado? It's radar indicated. And let me do this, show the wind. No, can't do that without taking everything off. Let's see, we can do that. I'm gonna take everything off here, except for that. And let's see if we can get it now. Yeah, 50. So if this is a tornado, I'm just kind of spitballing it here, but I would say it's about 100-mile-per-hour tornado, something like that, somewhere in the vicinity of 0 or 1, probably 1, something like that. So let me put this back into motion. And again, if you were watching from right there along Highway 55, that's where this possible tornado is headed and moving to the north. Here, the signature on the Canepa one is getting stronger. Let me freeze this. Bam. And I'm going to put back, let's put this on, and looking at the winds. Yes, ooh. Okay, this is getting pretty impressive here. Okay, so this is just to the west of the town of Canepa. I would say, just kind of spitballing it, this could be a 120-mile-per-hour tornado if it is on the ground, and this is a very good couplet now. So take cover now if you were in the town of Canepa, and just to the west of Canepa, and particularly probably just to the north and west of Canepa as this continues to move off to the north. And you can see the motion here over the last, let's see, it's 3:13 right now, and this was at 3:06. In 7 minutes, you can see that motion, bam, like that. Okay, so this is moving. If there is a possible tornado tornado. It's right there, just to the west of Canepa. Pretty confident that this could be on the ground, and this is right along 90, and this will be moving just right off to the north. So if you know anybody in the town of Canepa, I would definitely take cover right now. I'm going to put the polygon back on there, warning outline, and that way you can kind of see what is happening here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, that way you get a little bit more perspective, and I'm going to put this into motion over the last 30 minutes, and that way you can see. Yeah, this is definitely a possible tornado. I'm going to change this to the CC real quick, and again, forgive me, I'm doing a lot of this just kind of on the fly here. And let's see if we've got anything. Perhaps. No, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's definitely tracking with that. It's kind of hard to tell if this is actually a tornado on the ground, but boy, the storm relative velocity is showing up very nice. Let me take that off and put the speed back on here real quick, and that way you can see it. It was 63. If anything, it's getting stronger. That's inbound, and outbound, not quite as strong. But I would say, yeah, total wind tornado, probably close to 100 miles per hour, something like that. So you can see right there close to the town of Canepa. Again, take cover now if you were watching right now, and I would definitely tell neighbors if you know somebody that lives in Canepa, not necessarily the east side of Canepa, but definitely on the west side. I just got a new scan there, it looks like, and still looks very impressive on the radar display. So I've got that tornado warning there. That one's until 3:45. We've got the other tornado. Oh, is this brand new? Yeah, this is a brand new one. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Let me take that off, and that way we get the particulars on this. Nope, we've got to take that off too. Bam, okay. Let's see, and we got to fill that in. We're going to fill that in, bam. Okay, this tornado warning, this has just been issued. You know what? We did cover that one. We already covered this one. This was until 3:45. So basically, both of these are until 3:45. I'm going to take the fill out and put that. There we go. We're going to put that back together. And let's take a look at the latest, see if we got a latest scan here on these possible tornadoes. The one, I can tell you this, the one on the left, the one that's closer to Uvalde, doesn't look nearly as impressive as the one there close to Canepa, but you can definitely see the couplet was definitely stronger a little bit earlier as it was coming across 90 there. I'm talking about the one that's west of Uvalde. But if you live along, I believe is that 55? Yeah, along 55, definitely want to take cover right there. And then Canepa, that signature looks really, really good. Okay, so in case you don't know what I'm talking about, this is Highway 55. This is Uvalde. This is the possible. There is rotation, but this is where the possible tornado would be. It looks in a much weaker state than it did. This is moving to the north, going to be crossing right across 55. And here is Canepa. This is Highway 90. The reds are out. The light blues are in. This is a very strong signature. And this is going to be if there was a possible tornado, it would be just to the north there of 90 on the northwest side of Canepa. I think I'm just going to stay here for just a little bit longer and see what happens with the next scan there. But again, tornado warning in effect for the Uvalde area, and that's going to for Uvalde County, for portions of Uvalde County, I should say, particularly along 55 northwest of Uvalde, and then also right around the Canepa area. While that's getting another scan, I'm going to take a look at some of the rain and some of these other flood warnings very quickly. Reflectivity, see if that's going to tell me anything. No. Let's see, how about the regular velocity? See how that differs from the storm relative velocity. Okay, yeah, the regular velocity shows up even better. Look at that. Let's see, I'm going to take that off, and we'll take that off, and let's get a little, no, I can't take that off. And let's get a little, see if we can get some speeds here. Looks like it's kind of weakening a little bit, but either way, just showing right there. And did you see that? Did you see how the one that's closer to Uvalde, that's along 55, the signature is definitely weakening there, but definitely pretty strong around the town of Canepa. Okay, waiting for another display. I'm just going to show you these warnings. And the rainfall, lots of lightning here around Uvalde County. Let me take the lightning off, that way you can see a little bit better. Okay, so there's a couple of tornado warnings there in Uvalde. We've got a flood warning that is in effect for Uvalde County, and that one is until 8 o'clock this morning. We've got a flood warning that is in effect for, now we've included Maverick County, it looks like. Yeah, that just came out. For Maverick County, we've got a flood warning until 9:15 for portions of Maverick County, northern portions of Zavala County, and that is until 9:15 this morning, and also eastern portions of Kinney County. We've got a flood warning until 9:15 for Edwards County, until 4 o'clock this morning. And again, I was talking about the Uvalde County, that's until 8. Let me move this over just a little bit. And we've got flood warnings that are in effect for northwestern Medina County, and that is until 8 o'clock this morning. Also portions of Kerr County until 5:30 this morning, flood warning. And we've got a flood warning for northeastern Bandera, eastern Kerr County. That's until 6 o'clock this morning. And also flood warnings in effect for Kendall County, and that's until 8 o'clock this morning. So we've got just numerous amounts of warnings. We do have river flood warning, by the way, for the Guadalupe River there. We've got moderate flooding that is forecast along that river. And I've got an unofficial report of some high water there around the Ingram area. Not real sure about that one, but I'm pretty sure. Anyway, let's go back. Those are all the warnings that are going on right now. And I showed you the rainfall amounts, just huge over the last 6 hours, 12 hours. Okay, let's go back to this warning very quickly and see what's happening. Let's see, I'm gonna go back and change this up real quick. Okay, yeah. All right, so it looks like there's the tornado warnings. It looks like both signatures are weakening a little bit, but they're definitely there. So we've got both of these tornado warnings are until 3:45 this morning. One for right along 55, which is northwest of Uvalde, that bright spot here, right about there. If there is a tornado, that's where it would be, moving off to the north at about 10 miles per hour. And then just around the town of Canepa, still coming through with a pretty decent signature right over the town of Canepa, and that will continue to move off to the north at about 10 miles per hour or so. So tornado warnings for Uvalde County until 3:45 this morning. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a break and regroup, and but definitely let people know there around Canepa that is a possible tornado on the ground. Possible. Okay. Well, you know what? I've got information that we're just going to stay with this because this has not been. By the way, there's not many storm chasers out at 3:20 in the morning, and officials that are out spotting. So I'm not sure if this tornado is on the ground or not, but definitely radar indicated, and pretty strong indication here. Right now we're looking at the storm radial velocity, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put on some speeds for you, and let's take a look at what it's telling me. Well, I got to get rid of that real quick. Let's get rid of that, and let's do that, and now we can take a look at some speeds. Okay, still saying inbound at about 60 miles per hour. Outbound is going to be a lot lower than that. 5. So you put all those together. I would say if this was a tornado, it'd probably be somewhere in the vicinity of 70 to 90 mile per hour tornado. Of course, they can do a lot of damage, and that's going to be moving continually off to the north. And again, with these scans, sometimes they run just a little bit behind, going through the network and everything. So let me back this up just a little bit. And if I was going to say where the tornado is, it would be just to the north. Now it looks like of the town of Canepa, and it is a pretty decent signature here of the tornado, possible tornado. Looks like I got another update here. Let me get rid of this and see what we've got here. Yeah. Oh no, hold on a sec. Let me get rid of that, and we got to get rid of that. Now we can check it out. Okay, I think we've got an update here. Bam. Okay, no, let's not do that. Anyway, we've got this tornado warning. It looks like the National Weather Service that they discontinued the other one. I thought they might, because that signature was looking really weak, and I'm talking about northwest of Uvalde. And now we've got this one decent signature of a possible tornado that is there north of Canepa, and I'm trying to see if I can get the particulars on that. Oh, I know what I need to do. Bam. Okay, so here's a very particular, okay, this one just came out. This came out about 1 minute ago. The National Weather Service is saying that they're going to keep this tornado warning in effect until 3:45. It does look like the signature has weakened a little bit. I'm saying that, they're not. Flying debris, of course, is possible. Take cover now. This is, of course, a dangerous storm. And they're saying that right now, very close to Canepa. Of course, I was just showing you that on the radio velocity display here. Let's see. I'm going to go back and put that back on. You know what? Let's do this. Back out, back in. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to put this into motion. I'm going to get on the wall, and we're going to talk about what exactly is happening here. Okay, so we have got, of course, all the way back to yesterday, we've got a real rain-making machine going on, and it's like kind of a broad area of low pressure, right? And so you have these thunderstorms, especially on the eastern and kind of southern areas of the whole complex. If I was to widen out and show you exactly, there's just a lot of rainfall going on across South Central Texas and the Hill Country, and on the southern and eastern portions, the wind shear is just right. You've got southerly winds, and above that, you got a little bit different direction, probably out of the south and east. I haven't looked, but that makes sense to me. And so along with you have a lot of upward vertical motion with these thunderstorms, and then you've got just enough shear, and you'll have spin-ups in these tornadoes that will develop, just like the one that happened yesterday in the northwestern portions of Bexar County. And so this is a real decent signature, and Canepa is right about here. So very near the town of Canepa. This is moving off to the north, again, about 10 miles per hour. And I'm going to be watching for more of these, and we could definitely see more. You know, earlier, let me back this up just a little bit. I'm going to go all the way back to about an hour just to show you what has been happening here. Let's go back, and you'll see numerous of these spin-ups that are occurring. I'm going to put this on just the regular velocity because it shows up better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this goes all the way back to 227. See, there was one there, one there. You see, I'm talking about reds and greens together. And just every once in a while, you see them kind of getting better and better. And let me zoom in. And this is, see, we've got another one that is just now developed. And they may put out another warning for that one. So this is a whole brand new one. I'm talking just west of Uvalde, right there. There's one that weakened. You see what I'm talking about? Here, south of 90, I believe this is 83, south of 90, that couplet weakened, and so they let the warning expire, and now we've got another one that's right here along 90, which is west of Uvalde, and that one will be moving to the north. There's not a warning on that one, but there is definitely a warning on this one here at Canepa. And let me put the latest winds on here. Let's see, I'm going to go back, and I'm going to have to delete that. Yeah, delete that. And let me see if I can get some winds here. Okay, I'm going to go back really quick to the storm relative and get some wind speeds that way. So the storm relative, clear that, bam. Yeah, 56. Just so we're comparing apples to apples because of what I was showing a while ago. It does look like this is weakening a little bit, but definitely still a possible tornado here just north of Canepa, moving to the north. And then we've got another signature that's right along 90. Let me zoom in here along 90. And this is going to be just north of 90. And look at that. That's looking pretty decent. It's not the best, but definitely looking pretty decent. So if you know anybody that lives kind of north of 90, approaching 55, right in this area here that I'm talking about. This is 90, and then here is 55. Somewhere in this area, I would be on the lookout here over the next 10 minutes or so. Again, there is not a tornado warning in effect for that cell. But that's one thing that I would be looking at for sure. I'm going to go back and we're going to look at the CC on that one near Canepa and see if anything shows up with a touchdown near the town of Canepa. And boy, it's really hard to tell. I don't see, maybe there, but it's really hard to tell. So if it did touch down, it didn't put a lot of flying debris in the air, it doesn't look like to me. But anyway, neither here nor there. We still have this tornado warning that is in effect until 3:45, and that's just to the north of Canepa. And then we'll see what happens with the other cell there that's kind of west of Uvalde. Overall, we have numerous of these flood warnings. Let me get out of this, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this rain now. So you've got those 2 tornado warnings, and I will get back to that. Let's take off the lightning because that's kind of distracting there. But just to show you where all the look at all that lightning, and the rainfall rates. I showed you that a while ago. The rainfall rates are like anywhere from like 4 to 5 inches per hour. That is like just tropical rain, and it's just a lot of rainfall. Okay, so very heavy rain north of Uvalde up to Concan and then back to Canepa. Also very heavy rain in western portions of Uvalde County along 55 and along 90 all the way back to Brackettville. And you know, these creeks and streams, and they're all swollen, right? And so this is just going to make this situation even worse. And you saw how much rain we've picked up over the last 2 days, an amazing amount. And this is going to be one of those situations this morning that that if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't, not in Uvalde County anyway, because there's a lot of low water crossings, there's a lot of creeks, a lot of streams, a lot of ways to get in trouble with water, and especially at night. And if you do have to go somewhere, I would probably wait until morning if you can, at least daylight. Okay, so we've got flood warnings in effect for eastern portions of Edwards County, northern portions of Maverick County, northern portions of Zavala County. Also, you can see the warnings here for Camp Wood area, southern portions of Edwards County, Real County. More rain. Looks like the rain is not as heavy as it was earlier there around the Camp Wood area, but definitely could be on the increase. And looking at some very heavy rain just to the east of Del Rio. Also, most of Kerr County has a flood warning that is in effect, and very heavy rainfall right now over to the west of Kerrville. Matter of fact, I'm going to check and see what the rainfall rate is there in Kerrville. It's probably huge. Let's see, rainfall rates, not the rain accumulation, but there we go, precip rate, there we go. Okay, let me freeze this. Right now in Kerrville, outside of Kerrville, just to the west of Kerrville, we've got rainfall rates of, let's see, no. We gotta get rid of that. Again, sorry about that. Okay, there we go. Rainfall rates, and outside of Kerrville, the highest that I can see, about 3.5. 3.5 to 4 inch rainfall rates, not as high as what they're seeing in Uvalde right now. Let me zoom in on some of these over here in Uvalde and pick the very heaviest. 4.25, about 4.25 inch rainfall rates per hour. That is impressive. That is intense, very intense rainfall. And just to show you here, this is the amount of rainfall that has fallen here over the last 24 hours, getting the latest anywhere from around 12 to 15 inches in some spots, and then 8 inches pretty close to it around the Bernie area, Kerrville. Rainfall amounts just in the last 24 hours, about 13, and there's been some pockets here, 5 to 6 inch totals, northern Bexar County, northeastern portions of Bexar County. How about just in the last, let's go 3 hours on this, just in the last 3 hours, how much rain have we received? Let me clear that out. And let me just go back in here. Just in the last 3 hours, 11 inches. Now that may be inflated a little bit, but I can believe that. When you have rainfall rates of 4.25 per hour and it rains for a couple of hours, it's going to add up to close to 10 inches. And they're around the Kerrville area just this morning, I would say anywhere from 6 to 8 inches. I know it says 6 hours up there, but these are actually the 3 hour rainfall amounts. Unbelievable amount of rainfall there in Uvalde. So we've got all kinds of warnings this morning with the rain. Let's go back to our tornado warning. It doesn't look like they have whittled that back at all. Let's see if they've got an update on that one. Let's see, we're going to do that, take that out. Okay, let's see. Latest, anything new came out here. I got to fill that in. Bam. Okay. No new update. So I can walk you through what I think is going on right now. Let's put back the radial velocity display, bam, and let's put this, and this morning's till 3:45 this morning. Yeah, the tornado warning's until 3:45. So let me loop this And let's zoom in a little bit, and then I'm going to walk you through exactly what is happening here. One thing's for sure. The signature is not as strong as it was earlier when it was over the town of Knippa, but you can see where the possible tornado would be right now, kind of north of Knippa, about 4 or 5 miles. So if you know anybody that lives, let's say, we're going to triangle this between 127, 90, and 83, where these bright colors are here. There is Knippa. The signature was a lot better there, but you can still see very nice tornadic signature here with this thunderstorm moving off to the north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. If you know anybody that lives here between 83 and 127, take cover now, because this could be a definite tornado. Now, it hasn't been spotted. It's all radar indicated, but definitely coming through with a very good signature of a tornado, and a tornado could come down at any moment here in the southern portions of Uvalde County. Actually, I guess we're now kind of in central portions of Uvalde County, just kind of triangled between 90, 127, and also 83. We've got another one that I've been watching. I've been watching this for a little bit here, and that's north of 90. There's not a tornado warning on it. But definitely, I'm sure the guys at the Weather Service are watching this as well, and that's going to be coming across 55 if it holds together here in the next 10 minutes or so. And that's going to be, of course, northwest of Uvalde. So, you know, in this whole complex, I've noticed over the last hour that you'll see these rotations in the thunderstorms, and they could put down a tornado at any time. So, tornado warning, that one continues until 3:45 there for Uvalde County, and I don't think there's really an incorporated area in here. But anyway, between 83 and 127, coming through with a really good signature. If this holds together, and in these kind of scenarios, these spin-ups like this usually don't last more than about 5 to 10 minutes, but this one looks fairly impressive, and if it does hold together, outside of the tornado warning area right now, it'd be Concan would be right in the path. And it does look like it wants to go that direction, and it's holding together very well. Let's go back to the CC, the correlation coefficient, and see if there's any debris at all in here. It's kind of hard to tell. It's definitely not a great signature if there is, so that's a good thing. Going back to the radial velocity, it shows it very well there, again between 83 and 127, and that's again moving off to the north. And the next town of any consequence there, I think, is Concan. There probably are some folks that live between 83 and 127. Make sure and take cover as the signature looks pretty good. Let's put some numbers on this, and let's see what we're talking about as far as the numbers. I got to get rid of that. Yeah. Okay, so the fastest inbound is going to be about 55, and outbound about 12, something like that. So fairly healthy signature of a possible tornado there. Okay, well, that's one thing that I'm watching. I'm going to put the outline back on here. There's a warning fill on that tornado warning, and there's the outline. Okay, so here in about, it expires in about 10 minutes. And boy, I tell you what, the guys at the service did a really good job with that polygon, because it's going to be right at the very top of that polygon in about 10 minutes or so. And I doubt that it will hold together, but just in case, Concan, the estimated arrival time would probably be about 3:55, something like that. Let me see if I can get another look here at that other one. Yeah, it doesn't look very impressive at all. This is going to be northwest of Uvalde. Let me zoom out a little bit and see if I can see any others. Notice how you don't really see many other spin-ups other than on the southern part of all this thunderstorm activity. Looking at it a different way here, and let's take away this lightning, and yeah. So you notice that, I mean, the whole main complex of all this thunderstorm activity goes all the way up to, what is that, around the Brady, no, not quite Brady, Menard, I believe that is, and Llano, all the way up to those areas, and all the way down to 90, or pretty close to it now, extending even further to the south. But mainly these spin-ups have been along the southern portions of the main complex of thunderstorms, and that's where we've seen a lot of these. So let's go over these warnings again. We've got numerous, of course, we've got that tornado warning, that's until 3:45. We've got flood warnings in effect for Uvalde, northern Zavala, northeastern portions of Maverick County, eastern portions of Kinney County, also Edwards County, Real counties. We got northwestern Medina County with flood warnings, also Kendall County, Bandera County, Kerr County, even into Gillespie County, all with flood warnings this morning. And I was looking at the rivers earlier, and it looks like there's a couple of rivers that are expecting moderate flooding today. One of them is the Guadalupe River is expecting moderate flooding. Not the major flooding, but moderate is still bad. And so if you live anywhere near the Guadalupe River, you definitely want to pay attention, as we're seeing some very heavy rainfall amounts there around Kerrville right now. Not necessarily Hunt, Ingram, or western portions of Kerr County, and that is good news, but right there in the central portions of Kerr County and eastern Kerr counties right into Gillespie. And you notice this is a loop over 30 minutes. It's just not moving. Not moving much at all, and that is bad news. Let's see if I'm going to extend this for an hour. Look at this, solid hour, hardly any. I mean, the cells are moving, of course, but you've got regeneration that just continues. Let me go back 2 hours, and it's kind of, yeah, right over the same areas, right there, right over Kerrville, and it just continues and continues. I'm going to go back 3 hours. You know, yesterday when I was on the air yesterday morning, I was afraid that overnight again, like in this period right now, that we would have this. And what happens is you've got the atmosphere kind of stratifies a little bit, and you've got like a conveyor belt of moisture, and you've got a lot of topography playing into this as well. And so you've got that moisture that rides into that broad area of low pressure, and then of course it hits the hills and it lifts even more. And you can just kind of see how it just kind of creates and recreates and rains and rains and rains kind of over the same places. And you know, this happens from time to time here across the hill country in south central Texas, where you'll have this kind of situation. So that's a loop over 3 hours around Kerrville. And look at Uvalde. This is the loop over 3 hours. Just continues there, coming down very, very heavy. So you've got a lot of these flood warnings in effect. Okay, let's go back to our possible tornado here. Tornado warning again continues for, oh, they just put out, okay, got a new update for you. Aside from showing you the radial velocity display, let me take off the radar very quickly, and let's take that and take that off. Okay, here's the very latest. Of course, I've been telling you and showing you that we still have a very good signature on the radial velocity display, possible tornado there. This would be kind of halfway between Concan and Canepa. And this is the very latest. They kind of redid this. It does look like that this probably will hold together through the town of Concan. And this new tornado warning goes until 4:30 this morning. Of course, this thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. And it's about estimated at about 7 to 8 miles north of Canepa, or about, and it's moving to the north at about 10 miles per hour. So if you were watching anywhere, let's say Concan area, anywhere just before 83 on 127, take cover now. Along 83 before Concan, take cover now. And probably in Concan, probably would be a good idea just to go ahead and take cover now, as this tornado could reach the ground if it hasn't already. Definitely looks pretty good on the radar. So move to the interior room, lowest floor of your building. And if you're in a vehicle, get out of the vehicle. Go into something that's more substantial, and torrential rain is also occurring as well. All right, let's go back with the radial velocity here. Let me get back to the radar for you, sweeping radar. There we go. And I'm going to take the fill off. I'm just kind of telling you everything that I'm doing. I usually don't do this on the fly, you know, usually have it set up, but hopefully you don't mind. It's probably the best way to get you the information anyway. This is the still frame, and since we're here, let me show you the difference between the storm relative velocity. By the way, we're using the radar site out of Brackettville and not the one that's in New Braunfels. Here's the reason why. For one, Brackettville is closer, and because of the curvature of the earth, the further that you get from the radar site, you can see where the radar site is right there in Brackettville. The further you get away, the higher you are up into the thunderstorm, and we want to get as low as possible and see what's happening as close as possible to the ground. And so actually that beam, by the time it's hitting this possible tornado, it's way up. I don't know exactly how high that would be, but it's up there. Let's see, here's the 0 degree. Let me see if I can get to the 0 real quick. And the problem with using 0 is you'll have some like trees and stuff that gets in the way close to the radar site. But anyway, so let me show you the difference of, there we go, there's that. And then if you go higher into the sky, see how it changes? And you get a distorted view of what's happening. But this is as close as I can get to ground level, and it's probably not right at it. Okay, anyway, this is the radar site that is out of Brackettville. Let's change that. Let's use the one out of New Braunfels. And in New Braunfels, you can't even see it. You've got a lot of range folding. So anyway, if you're wondering why I'm using the radar site out of Del Rio or out of Brackettville, that's the reason why. Okay, let's zoom in here. And now we've got couple of different products that we can use. We've got the storm relative mean velocity, and we've got the regular velocity. There's the regular velocity. Wow, it shows up very nicely on the regular velocity. I'm gonna come back, and I've got this on a loop of an hour. Let's go for an hour here, and let's go back and see how this has changed. Boy, look at how that's really held together very nicely. I don't have any reports out of Canepa of a touchdown, but definitely very good signature there. And it looks like the signature may be weakening a little bit. The outbound is greater than the inbound, and to me, usually that means a little bit of some weakening. Let's take a look let's see if we can get a measurement on this. Let's see here, bam. Yeah, to me, it looks like this is weakening, definitely weakening a little bit. Matter of fact, I'm going to go back out of the velocity and back to the storm relative. Yeah, there we go. And let's take a look at that one, 39 and 10. Yeah, it's sometimes it's hard to say, but I would definitely say that the signature is not as great as it was over Canepa. But still, you've got this tornado warning that is in effect. And that is until, let's see, I believe he said 4:30. Let me get rid of the radar, put the fill back in, and the time is going to be, till 4:30. So we've got tornado warning until 4:30, and that is for the county of Uvalde, particularly right in here, right between 83 and 127. And if I keep zooming in, the town of Concan will come up. So if there is a tornado within this thunderstorm, it would be approaching 127. Yeah, it looks like to me, if this was to hold together, that it would end up close to Concan or just to the east of Concan, moving off to the north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Okay, since we're still on the air, I'm going to wait for another couple of scans to come through and see if this still stays fairly strong or if the signature is weakening. And you can see there, it's still fairly strong. Maybe not as strong as it was earlier when it was over the town of Canepa, but still there. So we've got a tornado warning now until 4:30 for the north central portions of Uvalde County. Okay, let's take a look at some other things here. First of all, you know what we're going to do? Let's do this. Let's see if there's any kind of rotations anywhere else since we're here right now. And yep, okay, we got a new one that just came out. I was just going to show you this. Okay. Let's see. Let me take this out, yeah, that way I can tell you what's going on. Okay, so we got a new tornado warning, and this one just came out. Let's see. Oh, there's another two. Oh, hold on a second. One thing that I've got to do is I've got to do this. Nope. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, now I can. Okay, here's the very latest on this new warning that's just come out. We got a tornado warning. This is until 4:30 as well. Let's see. Of course, this is radar indicated, and this is moving. This tornado, possible tornado, is moving to the northeast at 10 miles per hour, and it is radar indicated, and it will be near the town of Blewett at about 3:50. Again, take cover with this one, and again moving to the northeast. So let me take the warning fill off. I'm going to put the there we go. Put this back on, and show you what we're talking about here. Let me zoom in, and now there's a couple of couplets that this could possibly be. The Blewett is the one they're talking about, and then we've got kind of another one here that's south of 90. But either way, we've got a tornado warning that is in effect until 4:30 as well for the western portions of Uvalde County, with a possible tornado moving off to the northeast at about 10 miles per hour, going to be very close to the town of Blewett. And then we've got another one that's approaching 127 there. Moving north at about the same rate of speed there, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And then I'm watching another couplet that may be developing as well, and this is going to be also south of 90, just there in the southwestern portions of Uvalde County. So we got a lot going on here in Uvalde County. The strongest of these signatures is going to be right there, just to the south of 127, and moving there to the north. Let's just go to the, I'm going to go to another kind of display here, see if I can see anything. No, not much. Yeah, this is not, okay. So anyway, let's go back to the other display. That way I can show you a little bit better what's happening there. Okay, yeah, so we've got tornado warnings both until 4:30 this morning. One is for the north central portions of Uvalde County. The other one is for the western portions of Uvalde County. Let me zoom out and let's talk more about this flooding and the flooding situation, what's going on here. I'm going to get rid of the lightning. First of all, before I get rid of it, you can see all the lightning strikes here in Uvalde County, just a ton. Also in Kinney County, just continues to fill in there into Kinney County. And then the other place that has seen a lot of rain over the last 3 hours is around Kerr County, going into Gillespie County. And look at all the lightning just continues to flare up there in those counties as well. So let's take off this lightning. And let's keep going here. All right. So in case you're wondering, here in Bexar County, let me see what radar I'm using. Okay, I'm using the one out of Brackettville. Let me close that, open that up. Well, the Austin one the one out of New Braunfels looks about the same, so we'll leave that. Okay, so here in Bexar County, we have just kind of light to moderate rain all around the county. Be careful on the roads. Right now, we don't have any warnings in Bexar County or Comal County, but we do have warnings in Kendall County right now. We've got flood warning that is in effect until 8 o'clock. Over the past 2 days, up to a foot of rain has fallen, and we can see another additional 2 to 4 inches of rain in Kendall County. And let's see, so especially just be careful at night, especially. And we've got a situation here in Kerr County until 6 a.m. We've got flood warnings in effect for northeastern Bandera, also southwestern Gillespie, and eastern Kerr counties. And of course, we've seen a lot of rainfall just in the last 3 hours, last couple of days. We've had a lot of rainfall. And the thing about Kerr County, Kendall County, all through the hill country, just got to watch out with that hilly terrain. Sometimes the rainfall can be funneled, and you have all kinds of problems there. Let's see, we've got Bandera County. Let's see, go back, there we go. We've got a flash flood warning, of course, for Bandera County, and that one is until 5:30 this morning. Over the last several days, just seen a lot of rainfall, as you know, and it's going to be, it's going to be, again, one of those mornings I said before. It's going to be one of those mornings that if you don't have to travel at night, just don't do it. I mean, because there's a lot of opportunities to get in trouble, especially in Bandera County there, in Uvalde County, and around Camp Wood. Just all kinds of low water crossings, and just hundreds of them. And and you may think you know the area very, very well, but water can rise very, very quickly with these kind of rainfalls. Okay, until 10 o'clock, we've got flood warning for Edwards County, Kinney County, Real County. Of course, same kind of situation with lots lots of rainfall over the last couple of days, and you just have bad drainage in some low-lying areas. Matter of fact, I would even say at this point that some of these low-lying areas, they can't drain, and they're just going to back up. And we just can't take any more rainfall. Also, we've got flood warnings now for, of course, for Kinney County, Maverick, Uvalde, Zavala. That's until 9:15 this morning. Life-threatening flash flooding is ongoing. If it's not ongoing, it's forecast to possibly happen. So these thunderstorms putting down a lot of heavy rainfall. Zavala County, there hasn't been as much in Zavala County and also northeastern portions of Maverick County. But definitely all these other counties, you can see all the rainfall here, just a ton of it. Okay, let's go back to how much rain that we have received here over the last 24 hours. I believe this is 24 hours. Yeah, 24 hours. You know what? Let's go back. I just want to look at 48, and I'm going to clear the deck. And this is. I know it says 24 at the top. I can't change that, but this is actually 48-hour total. You know what? Since we're here and it's middle of the night, it's what, 3:53. I'm going to go ahead and just change this banner real quick because I'm probably going to use it anyway. Let's see, 48. This is a first for me, changing this on the air like that. Bam. And there we go. Okay, now it says 48 hours. Okay, so how much rain has fallen over the last 48 hours? Let's take a look. We've got a bullseye here, and a lot of times with these radar estimates, you can't fully trust them. But let's take a look here. I think it's gone in reverse. I think it's reverted back. I think it hit the limit. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. That's interesting. I didn't know there was a limit. Yeah, it's saying 24 and probably a couple more. So, I could safely say that in portions of Uvalde County here over the last 48 hours, you've picked up anywhere from around 20 inches of rain. That's what the radar estimate is. Matter of fact, it's gone over. If it goes over 20, it stops counting. Just amazing amount. Northeastern portions of Kinney County, about 16 inches over the last 48 hours. About 12 inches close to Bernie. Like I said, sometimes these get inflated, but I would safely say in the Bernie area, 8 to 10 for sure in the last 48 hours, even maybe a little bit more than that. And then 7 to 9 probably in Kerrville, and safely 16 inches to 20 portions of Uvalde County. And there's some, it's showing a little bit more than that. But definitely some big time totals. And then I showed you what has been falling just over the last 6 hours or so. Well, this is actually, is this 6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours been big time totals here just outside of Uvalde at about near a foot. So, you can safely say 10 inches in the last 6 hours there, just outside of Uvalde. And Kerrville, let's say anywhere from around 7 to 8, something like that. I can safely say that. And then along 90 west of Uvalde, about 5 inches of rain, something like that. Okay, so let's go back to our warnings. And by the way, I haven't touched on this yet this morning, is we've got a flood watch that continues. Flood watch is in effect, and let's get the map for you here. It's still loading up. Yeah, flood watch still continues until, it says Thursday evening. I'm going to change that to tonight, this evening. And then you can see just all of the warnings here and the 2 tornado warnings. Okay, so speaking of tornado warnings, let's get back to that. Let's see what the latest is right now. We've got, I believe, 2 tornado warnings in Uvalde County. One for the west central portions and one for the kind of the north central portions of Uvalde County. And these, the one that's to the east, north central portions of Uvalde County, that one is showing up very nicely. Let's zoom in here. And I believe we're using the radial velocity display. Yeah, well, of course we're using radial velocity, but this is the storm relative. Okay, so yep, it still has a very good signature on this. And in case you are wondering, yeah, there's Concan. Let me back this up just a little bit, just so you know. If there is a tornado, it would be likely along 127, probably just to the east or just to the south and east of Concan. It does look like that this might miss Concan just a little bit to the east, but going to be very close, just to the east of Concan. So if you are watching right now and you live along 127, just to the south and east of Concan, take cover. take cover now. And also here in the next 5-10 minutes, just to the east and right around the Concan area. Take cover now because this thunderstorm could put down a tornado at any moment. We've got a really good signature here on the radio velocity display of possible tornado there. We've got another couple of other areas that I'm watching. We've got this is until 4:30 as well for the western portions of Uvalde County. And we've got a pretty good signature here along 55. And that's moving to the north, but it's not nearly, I mean, you can see here, just not nearly as strong as the other one that's just to the south and east of Concan. But really, any of these cells could put down a tornado at any moment, kind of just like yesterday here in northwestern Bexar County. They just happen quickly, and they only last for a couple of minutes usually, and then they go right back up. But boy, this signature east of Concan, that's looking pretty good there. Also, it looks like we may have another one that is developing close to 90 in the southwestern portions of Uvalde County. What would that be close to here? Let's see. Klein. Oh, there's Blewett right there. There's Blewett. So kind of just to the north of Blewett there, approaching 90. So if you know anybody that lives in the east, between Klein and Blewett, and east of Klein, about 3 or 4 or 5 miles, you want to take cover now, because this is a definitely possible tornado looking pretty good on the velocity display. And then I've got another one here that I've been watching. This one's not nearly as impressive, but just you probably may have some gusty winds, and it's possible that could put down a tornado as well. But either way, you've got this one that's close to between Klein and Blewett, and that's approaching 90. That's the main reason why that tornado warning is in effect, and that one goes until 4:30 here. And it looks like to me that the polygon shape is a little different, and I think I'm just thinking out loud here. What time is it? It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm just thinking out loud that the guys at the service, I don't have a way to communicate with them right now, but anyway, probably just kind of covering this western portions of Uvalde County because there's so many, a couple of different spin-ups here that could produce a tornado. That's probably the way I would do it. And then you've got that one that's looking really good here. That's approaching 90, just to the east of Klein. I'm going to see if I can't get some numbers for you here, just kind of since we've got the time. Let's see, we've got going 44 and 30. Okay, yeah, it's pretty decent. Pretty decent there. Again, possible tornado just north of Blewett, approaching 90, and that continues to move off to the northeast at about 10 to 15 miles per hour or so. This one here still has a pretty good signature. Let me put the outline back on here. Bam, and I'm going to take that off, and we're going to check the wind speeds here. Oh, sorry. Kind of talking to myself here. Okay, let's see. We've got 42 and 20. So altogether, about 60. So if there was a tornado here, you know, be not a very strong one, doesn't look like, but it's still a tornado and can cause a lot of damage. So, and the signature is still very, very strong there. I'm going to go back about an hour and let's take a look. I'm going to use the coefficient correlation here, and let's see if there's any debris or anything that's being picked up that we can detect here. Let's put this back, last hour. You know what, I mean, it's tracking it, but yeah, it's just not definitive. Definitely not definitive there. So anyway, let's go back to the radio velocity display. And I showed you earlier why I'm using the display out of Brackettville and not out of the New Braunfels radar. Let's put this in motion here. And let's just look, and I just want to show you over Uvalde County right now, all these I can see in the last hour, let's see, is this going back an hour? Yeah, it is. 3 distinct areas of rotation within these thunderstorms here in Uvalde County. And you can definitely hear in the last couple of frames here, just approaching 90, we've got that tornado warning that is in effect. I'm going to put those back on, by the way. That way you can see, okay, tornado warning there for the southwestern and western portions of Uvalde County, right along 90. And then you've got this other one that's east of Concan, or pretty close to Concan, and that one looks pretty good. And actually there's another one there on 55. It's looking kind of decent, but not nearly as impressive as the other two. And the other two are not really, really strong, but definitely strong enough to warrant tornado warnings for sure. And let's zoom in again here. This is 90. There's Blewett and there's Klein. And again, this is moving off to the northeast at about 15 miles per hour. And then just around the Concan area, this one is looking a little more diffuse. It's not looking as, I don't know, just looks a little different. But anyway, around Concan and east of Concan, that whole Concan area, the greater Concan, it's kind of weird to say the greater Concan area, but anyway, the Concan area there, if you, I would just take cover. I mean, this is a very strong, very intense thunderstorm. Matter of fact, let me put the lightning on, and you can just tell. I mean, it's a very, very intense thunderstorm putting down very heavy rainfall. So here over the next 10 to 15, 20 minutes, let's see, northern portions of Uvalde County, watch out for this thunderstorm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, there could be some very gusty winds and very torrential rainfall, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder as well. And this is primarily going to be along 83 and between, let's say, Concan and Utopia. That's probably the best way to put that. And this is going to be over the next 10, 15 minutes. This tornado warning goes till 4:30. It may actually outrun it. Starting to move a little bit faster to the north there. Moving a little bit faster there to the north. I got to get me a little water here about why you look at the radar. Okay, now, if this was to hold together, of course, the next towns would be Rio Frio there, and we're going into the next county, into Real County. And so if you're watching right now, again, I said this before, and it happened. I didn't think it would make it to Concan, and it did. So I'm just going to say later on, between Lakey and Utopia, you may want to watch out for this thunderstorm, as it again has very heavy rainfall, very gusty winds, and very intense rain. And then also, of course, we're watching that cell that's there in the western portions of Uvalde County. Okay, I'm going to let this simmer just a little bit. Well, before we move, let's go to the regular velocity display, see if I see anything else. Boy, it shows up really nice on the velocity. Storm relative, by the way, the difference is the storm relative velocity takes into account the motion of the storm and gives you a radial velocity display. By the way, the radial velocity, all it's doing basically is telling you the speed of the wind and the direction, whether it's coming towards the radar site or away from the radar site. The greens are towards and the reds are away. And of course, tornado with its mini area of low pressure. And so that's why the reds are on the bottom and the greens are on the top. And let me zoom in on this. On the regular velocity display, when you don't take into account the storm motion, north of, 55? North of 55, that looks pretty decent there. So watch out, definitely a heavy thunderstorm for sure. And also now this couplet here is going to be to the east of Klein. Or I should say the signature is east of Klein, kind of northeast of Blewett, and we'll continue to work off to the northeast. So basically, I would say if you're watching from the western portions, southwestern portions of Uvalde County, western portions of Uvalde County, just take cover and just watch out and be safe. Definitely don't want to be on the upper floor. Did you notice that the tornado that hit northwestern San Antonio yesterday, a lot of the damage was to the roofs and the trees, but to the roofs. And so that's why we always say get to the lowest floor and the interior of the house, of the house or apartment or wherever you're living at or wherever you're at. Lowest floor and the interior. So I'm watching the. Oh, okay. Well, here we've got a new update from the National Weather Service here. Let's get rid of the radar and let's go to the fill, and let's get the latest. They kind of redid this tornado warning. Of course, they shaved off the bottom part of it because it's outran it. Let's see, take that off, and here's what's going on. Okay, north central portions of Uvalde County. The tornado warning remains until 4:30, so another 25 minutes. We've got a severe thunderstorm, of course, capable of producing a tornado, located near Concan. And to me, it looks like it's kind of just a little east of Concan, but pretty close to Concan, or about 17 miles southeast of Leakey, moving to the north at about 15. I was thinking that it looked like it had picked up speed a little bit, and it does look like that. So anyway, moving to the north at about 15 miles per hour. This dangerous storm is right around Concan right now. So if you were watching from Concan, take cover. This tornado could reach the ground if it's not already at any time. Again, that signature looks pretty good. So take cover, move to the lowest floor of your house or wherever you're at right now. Sturdy building, make sure it's sturdy. If you're in a car, get out of your vehicle and move to the closest substantial shelter. Vehicles get tossed around in tornadoes like this. So again, this is radar indicated. I don't think there's any chasers out there, any officials that are watching this, but definitely on the radar. Definitely have a great indication of or I shouldn't say great, good indication that this is a possible tornado here in the Concan area. Let me show you the radial velocity again. Out of that, and it's kind of a broad. It looks a little different, but it's kind of a broad circulation here. Let me see which. We're looking at the regular velocity. I like the storm relative better, and there's the storm relative. So basically, it looks like to me, we've got a very broad area of circulation in this thunderstorm, and within it, there's a couple of vortices here. One is right around Concan, and maybe even just kind of to the northeast of Concan, and also here to the east of the Concan area. Let me zoom in and see. There's no municipalities. There's no incorporated areas, but you can see what's going on here. And if you can't, let me get to the wall real quick since I'm really close to the wall. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is Concan here, and the whole has got a really broad circulation, it looks like, with a couple of different vortices here. We've got one there and one here, but just that whole Concan area and to the east here, I would definitely take cover here over the next 10 to 15 minutes as I'm watching this really closely here. You got the tornado warning. You know what? And there really could be another one here along 83. So just a whole broad area that I would watch. This whole tornado warning area, I would just take cover now. And that couplet looks really pretty decent. So anyway, in that whole polygon, take cover. That would be the Concan all the way up to the county line, the Real County line, kind of west of Utopia. I think this is probably going to go west of Utopia a little bit, but just in that whole general area, watch out. And then later on down the road, maybe Leakey, and that's a maybe. And then we've got a couple of other areas here that we're watching. And that's going to be western portions of Uvalde County. This is the storm relative display, and this would be, there's Klein. This would be right along 90, kind of just east of Klein, and that's moving off to the northeast at about 10 to 15 miles per hour as well. And then I've watched another area, but this one doesn't look nearly as impressive here at all. But I'm watching all of these, and so they're along 90, east of Klein, watch out. And also right around the greater Concan area. We're watching both of those. So, okay, tornado warnings, I believe both of those, I believe I said 4:30. Let's see here. Yeah, this one, the one to the east in the north central portions of Uvalde County, that is until 4:30. And then we've got another one until 4:30. Oh. Well, I was concentrating on those, and I missed this one. Okay, we got another one that I believe this just came out. Yeah, just a minute ago. I didn't miss it by much. New tornado warning for west central Kinney County, and that is until 5 o'clock this morning. And I'll get you the particulars on that one as well. This severe thunderstorm is producing a tornado. Capable of producing a tornado, located near, is that Standard? Yeah, Standard, or about 13 miles southeast of Del Rio. 13 miles southeast of Del Rio, moving to the northeast at about 10 miles per hour Yeah, I just, Jack just walked in. I'm just now talking about that one. Thank you, Jack.
Jeremy is on his way. He'll be here by 5:15.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, we got, we're covering, we're all over this one for sure. So we've got, 13 miles southeast of Del Rio. That would be in the western portions of Kinney County. I'm gonna get you another look at this here in just a second, but let's talk about it. This danger storm is gonna be near Standard at about 425, and Amanda about 440. Let's see, take cover now. Of course, just everything I said about the ones in Uvalde County. Tornadoes, one thing's for sure, they're extremely difficult to see at night, especially if you got hilly terrain. So, to take cover, don't wait until you hear the tornado. Take cover now. This is definitely a possible tornado. So let me zoom in on that one. I'm going to get rid of the fill, and let's go over here. Now this is interesting. This kind of education for you is this is going to look different. And the reason that the velocity display is going to look different is now you're on the west side of the radar site. And so we're going to flip it. The winds, the reds are going to be on top, and the greens and the other colors are going to be on the bottom. And so, because you got away and you've got the green towards here. So definitely looking at a pretty good signature here. I'm going to stop this, and that is going to be across western portions of Kinney County. We're talking about this general area right in through here. And this is again going to be moving off, kind of off. These are moving a little bit more to the northeast than north. And let's see if there's any incorporated areas. There's not many there in western Kinney County. There's a little place called Pinto there. And it's going to be a while before it reaches 90, probably 20 minutes or so. I'm going to switch this over. I'm using the storm relative. Let's go to regular velocity, see if it shows. Yeah, there we go. Shows up just a little bit better on the regular velocity display. Yeah. Okay, now I see what's going on. Now I see what they're seeing. All right, right there. Let me put this into motion over the last 30 minutes. Bam and bam. And there we go. Okay, so here's the area that's in question. And again, we're flipping everything because we're on the west side of the radar. So reds are away, greens are towards. And right there is where the possible tornado would be. And that is going to be moving off to the north and east. What was the speed on that? The speed on that is, I don't know if I can get that. No. Fill, bam. There we go, fill that whole thing in. The speed is moving northeast at 10. I would say 10 to 15. That's been generally what these storms have been moving at, and these possible tornadoes. So again, we've got a possible tornado. This is until 5 a.m. It's going to be 45 minutes. That's a long-lasting warning until 5 a.m., and that's going to be for this possible tornado that is southeast of Del Rio, about 13 miles southeast of Del Rio, or pretty close to. It's going to be moving towards Standard. Moving northeast at about 10 to 15. Watch out for flying debris. And again, these can be hard to see at night. And let's see, other locations that could be impacted would include Fort Clark Springs, if you know where that is. Okay, so we've got this tornado warning for western portions of Kinney County. Let me zoom out of this. And we've got the other ones for Uvalde County. And still, this one here in Uvalde County, it's looking a little broad, but boy, this signature is looking really, really good here. North and east of Concan. Mainly north and east of Concan. Looks like this is traveling just kind of halfway. You should split the difference between Utopia and Concan, and that's moving more like generally kind of northbound at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And so later on, there's no incorporated areas really, but I'm talking about the area that's triangled between Utopia, Concan, and I believe Rio Frio. Yeah, there in the northern portions of Uvalde County. Very hilly through there. Then we've got this other tornado warning that is in effect until 4:30, I believe. And this is for the western portions of Uvalde County. For this area in particular, this is going to be north of 90. It's northeast of Klein. North of 90 and approaching 55. So if you live in the western portions of Uvalde County, take cover now. This is a possible tornado. Has not been seen by anybody that I know of, but is definitely radar indicated and moving to the north again at about 10 to 15 miles per hour towards Highway 55 in the west central portions of Uvalde County. Okay, so we've got 3 tornado warnings going on right now. Let's break out of this and let's go to let's talk about our rain threat and what is going on here. Boy, we've got all kinds of warnings this morning. This is a busy morning. Okay, so we'll step through all of these. I believe I can do that. We're going to start. We'll start with that tornado warning. That's until 5 o'clock this morning for Kinney County, portions of Kinney County. You see the red polygon there, and that's going to be approaching 90 here in I don't know. I'd say probably about another 15 minutes or so. We also have flood warnings in effect for southeastern Kinney County, northeastern Maverick County, southeastern Uvalde County, northwestern Zavala County, and that's until 9:15 this morning. We've got a long way to go on that flash flood warning. So far this morning, thunderstorms are producing, of course, heavy rainfall. Between 3 and 10 inches of rain have fallen over the last couple of days in that area, more to the east in Uvalde County. Additional rainfall amounts of up to 3 inches are definitely possible. And so flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. And this is, of course, life-threatening flash flooding. And these thunderstorms are producing just an amazing amount of rain in a short amount of time. I was looking at the rainfall rates, and I'll show you that again here. But I was showing you the rainfall rates are like anywhere from 3.5 inches to approaching 4.5 inches per hour. That's buckets. And in some places, it's been doing that for about 2 or 3 hours. So you can imagine the rain total. Okay, so we've got those warnings there again for Kinney, Maverick, Uvalde, and Zavala counties. Also, we've got flood warnings, flash flood warnings in effect for Edwards County, Kinney, and Real. Portions of those counties anyway, and that's until 10 o'clock this morning. The Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicate that in the warned area there's been up to 15 inches of rain has fallen in the past 2 days. I was showing you that before. And if there's not flooding going now, boy, it's going to be happening soon in those areas that flood. You know those areas. Flows flash flooding in small creeks and stream, urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses. And forget about drainage. There's no more drainage, really, I don't think. I mean, there will be on the creeks and the rivers and the streams, but in those low-lying areas, it's just going to back up. Let's see, at night, very hard to tell the depth of the water. This is not the day, this is not the morning to tempt that, and it's going to be one of those days. If I lived in these areas, I probably wouldn't even travel until at least the sun comes up. I'd give it at least till then. All right, we've got more flood warnings in effect until 8 o'clock for Uvalde County, of course. Huge rainfall amounts over the last couple of days there in Uvalde. Also in the northwestern portions of Medina County, we have flood warnings, flash flood warnings for northwestern Medina, and that's until 8 o'clock this morning. The gauges again in some places there in northwestern Medina and also northern Uvalde County, up to about 15 inches in the last couple of days. I showed you in the last 48 hours, the radar estimate in some areas is up to 20 inches. And so it's just a ton of rain. Let's see, don't want to mess around there. And then we've got Bandera flood warning until 5:30 this morning. Again, same situation. Kerr County, we've got flood warning until 5:30 this morning. And let's see, Kendall County, we've got a flood warning, flash flood warning until 8 o'clock this morning. Same situation. So just watch out in those hilly areas. In Gillespie County, I believe that's until 6 a.m. there for Gillespie County. Watch out for the hilly terrain there. Let's go back to our tornado warnings very quickly. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything. It's 4:22. Yeah, we still have the same situation. Tornado warning for the north central portions of Uvalde County. Have still pretty good signature there. And also between, I believe that's 55 and 90. In the west central portions of Uvalde County, we've got another signature of a possible tornado with tornado warning. And we've got this tornado warning that's in effect for western portions of Kinney County. And that's going to be approaching 90 here pretty soon. And it's that bright area right here, in case you're wondering, right there, right in the center of that polygon, just kind of northwest of Pinto. And that's going to be moving off to the north and east as well at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So take cover now in those areas in the west central portions of Kinney County, western portions of Uvalde County, and north central portions of Uvalde County as well. Okay, let's talk more about these flood warnings, and then I'll get back to the tornado warnings here in just a second. One thing I do want to show you is all the lightning, just a ton of lightning out there, especially in those rained areas that continue to rain very heavily. And you can see just basically all through the hill country. Here in Bexar County, it's been kind of light to moderate. We don't have any warnings currently, but you can see what is happening there all through the hill country. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder, lots of heavy rainfall. Here's a close-up look of Bexar County, just light to moderate rain for the most part. Here's a look. This is a loop over the last 6 hours. And I want to really focus on two areas that I've noticed here. One is Uvalde County. Look at how the rain has just continued just over and over for the last 6 hours. If I change this to 3, it kind of gives you a different look. Let's go 4. Over the last 4 hours. Just look at that. It just keeps regenerating over and over again over the county. It is kind of generally moving, but also just continues over that same area. And then we've got Kerr County, same kind of situation over the last 4 hours. It just continues to rain. It looks like it wants to let up a little bit and not be quite as intense. It looks like the more intense rainfall has moved into Gillespie County. And it looks like in Uvalde that the more intense rainfall is trying to move more into Uvalde County, or not Uvalde, but Real County and into western portions of Bandera County. Western, though, portions of Uvalde County still raining very, very heavily there. So anyway, that's the way it's looked over the last 4 hours or so. Let's see if we've got anything different I can show you there. Oh, by the way, it is raining pretty good in Victoria, too. You can see that happening. Let's go very quickly because I want to get back to those tornado warnings. Rainfall amounts. This is, I'm going to clear the deck, and let's put the numbers in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you can just kind of see over the these are 24-hour totals, by the way, anywhere from 12 to 13 inches and 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. Very quickly, because I don't know how else to do this, I'm just going to talk to Sarah.
Yeah, what's up?
Are we doing the show at 4:30?
So it sounds like we're still on standby
Okay.
at the moment.
Okay,
but
so continue. Okay, all right. That's all. That's what I did. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, so from Bernie over to Kerrville in the last 24 hours, about 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. Okay, now I put this one on. This is the 48-hour amounts, and I believe we're still looking at 48 hours, and I put these on earlier. Now, this is just a tremendous amount, and sometimes the radar estimates, they can get a little funky, for lack of a better word. So I'm kind of not really totally 100% believing 24 inches north of Uvalde, northwest of Uvalde. I guess that would be fairly close to, what is that, Canepa, I guess. So anyway, but I would say safely between 17 and 20 inches. You could probably say that. Northeastern portion of Kinney County, about 16 inches around Bernie, close to a foot. And close to Kerrville, close to about 10 inches over the last 48 hours. And this is a look at just over the last 6 hours here. Let me clear that and put some new numbers in here. Last 6 hours, look at that, near a foot. I don't know, but you know, when you've got rainfall rates of 4.5 inches per hour, it makes some of these numbers kind of believable. I mean, look at that. And I know it's not as important, but we're going to look here at Bexar County, just the rain totals here over the last 6 hours. Southeastern part of the county, close to 2 to 3 probably, and the northwestern part of the county, not nearly as much, about 1 to 10. But in case you were wondering, let's just do this before we get back to those tornado warnings. 48-hour totals here across Bexar County. And again, you got to use these with a grain of salt. But close to 10 inches between, let's say, Seguin and Live Oak, between 10 and 35. That's a lot. And extreme northern portions of Bexar County, close to a foot. I'm not so sure about that, but probably a little bit less. And okay, and just a little bit less than that, I would say. So, you know, by looking at this, because I know approximately how much has fallen in some portions of Bexar County, and I can safely say that the 48-hour. I know it says 6, but I changed it to 48. The 48-hour totals are a little inflated, probably about 20% or so. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that number in the future here. Okay, so let's take another broad look of what's happening. We're going to go back to these tornado warnings because that's the most important part. Just wanted to kind of let more data come in before we keep talking about that. All right, so we've got flash flood watch that is in effect until tonight. Got all kinds of flood warnings. Matter of fact, I think more flood warnings have been issued, it looks like. Let me see if I can find out more about this. Yeah, this just came out. This is a new flash flood warning for western Kinney County, northwestern Maverick County, and southeastern Valverde County, and that's until 11:30 this morning. So we've got, that's a brand new one that just came out, and I believe this one might be brand new. Yeah, same thing. Okay, so for Valverde and western portions of Kinney County, we've got a new flood warning that just came out. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to focus on these tornado warnings now. We've given enough time where we've got more data coming in. And we're going to start off with the radial velocity display here. All right, first thing that we're going to look at, we've got 3 tornado warnings currently going on. One in north central portions of Uvalde County, one for western Uvalde County, and also for western portions of Kinney County. And I need to find out more, Chelsea, could you tell me a little bit more about the Kerrville, what's happening in Kerrville there? Okay, we're going to get you some details. There's something going on in Kerrville. I'm going to keep talking about this until we find out what's happening. That's probably going to be rain-related, flood-related there in Kerrville. Okay, so this is the radial velocity display. Of course, we're using the site out of Del Rio, and this is the storm relative display. And this is going to be a loop over the last hour. And bam. Okay, what time is it? It's 4:30. Okay. So the warnings in Uvalde were set to expire at 4:30, and I don't see any others. And to be honest, on the radial velocity display, they look a lot weaker. I mean, we still have a signature here west of Utopia, but it's definitely in a much weaker state. And then we've got this other one that's in the southwest, kind of the west portions of Uvalde County, kind of northwest of Uvalde. And that one is in a much weaker state as well. So we'll find out what the Weather Service wants to do with these. I'm going to check just the winds real quick here, and I can get you a little bit better idea of what is happening with those. Okay, let's see, the winds unofficially would be inbound about 40 and then 6. Okay, hold on. Real quick, Chelsea, let me get back because I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to zoom into Kerr and take off the lightning. That way, again, it gives you a little perspective of what's happening. Okay, so we've got those tornado warnings that have expired there in Uvalde County. We still have the one in Kinney County, and I'll get to that in just a second. But so right now in Kerrville, go ahead, Chelsea. There's a flash flood emergency for portions of Kerr County, Kerrville, Hunt, and Ingram. Okay, catastrophic flooding is occurring, and I'm assuming that that's along the Guadalupe. Okay, the Guadalupe River is rapidly rising. Again, that's between Kerrville and Ingram. Is that right, Chelsea? Okay, between Kerrville and Ingram, you know that stretch of the Guadalupe there. Catastrophic flooding is occurring. The wording is probably occurring or imminent there. Oh, okay, forget about the imminent. It is occurring. So again, I cannot stress this highly enough. Get to higher ground if you live along the Guadalupe River, or if you have any interest along the Guadalupe River. Catastrophic flooding is occurring between Ingram and Kerrville. The river is rising rapidly. I don't have a number for you, but when we say catastrophic flooding, that is above major, and you know what happens when you have major flooding. So again, leave the river right now, and if you have any interest or you know anybody that may be asleep right now, wake them up and get them away from the Guadalupe River. I'm hoping that a lot of folks have already taken that precaution and they're not right along the river, but catastrophic flooding is occurring. Chelsea, you have anything else on that? I'm waiting for an answer there. Okay, not right now. Okay, so again, we've got I believe they called this a flood emergency, not a flood warning, but a flood emergency, and this is for Kerrville. Kerrville and Ingram, between the Guadalupe River there, goes from Ingram to Kerrville, and that water is rising very rapidly, and catastrophic flooding is occurring along the Guadalupe River. And I don't have for how long duration, but it's probably going to be for hours. And so if you have any interest, yesterday I was talking about how you definitely, if you are near rivers and creeks and streams and you live in the hill country, that this morning, and I was saying this yesterday, that this morning you needed a way to get alerts and to be aware and to have a way that you can just get away from the rivers or those creeks and streams that are swollen. So again, we've got this catastrophic flooding event. Okay, huh? Oh, okay. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let this stay here, and I'm going to go because I want to run what we call the automated crawl. I got to do that. I can't do both. So I'm going to let this sit here on the air, and I'm going to talk about it while I go ahead and I'll run this. Okay. So again, we've got this catastrophic flooding that is occurring, and that is along the Guadalupe River, and that's between Ingram and Kerrville. And so, it really all through the hill country. This is a situation that you definitely don't want to take lightly, and there's just a lot of flooding going on, and it's going to be one of those mornings that if you don't have to travel all across the hill country, you just don't travel, and I would put it off until sunlight, until we can see what the heck is going on. Let me see. This is what I'm gonna do right now. I don't have. It didn't come across here, so I don't have it. Yeah. So I'm just gonna have to talk about. What would be great is if you give me a printout of that. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I think I can get it over here, and I'll just. Yes. Thank you, Chelsea. Appreciate it. Okay, so again, we've got tornado warning for Kinney County, western portions of Kinney County, and we have got also numerous flood warnings that are going on all around the hill country. And now we've got this new flood emergency. I'm going to see if I can't read it off to you. Let's see. What time? 4:20. 4:20, 4:31, maybe that one's it. Nope. Let's see. Okay, so anyway, we have that. If you weren't with us earlier, we've got a river flood warning. It's there along the Guadalupe River, and it's actually it's an emergency statement that catastrophic flooding is occurring along the river. Okay. Yeah, here we go. All right, so they shut down Highway 90 at Sabinal because it's impossible between there and Uvalde. So that's where we're at. So again, 90 is shut down, and that is that's at Sabinal because it's impassable. And again, we've got this flood warning. I wish emergency is actually what they call it. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, so yeah, this is the flash flood emergency. This came out just a little while ago, has been issued for parts of Kerr County, including the city of Kerrville, Hunt, and Ingram. Catastrophic flooding is occurring. Move to higher ground now. Guadalupe River is rapidly rising and will continue to rise. So there we go. I think we got, may want to open that up. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we got a lot going on this morning. Let me get across here. So we've got this catastrophic flooding that's occurring along the Guadalupe River between Ingram and Kerrville. That probably includes Hunt as well. And the Guadalupe River is rising very rapidly. So if you know anybody that lives along the river, you want to wake them up, get away from the river. And then we also have got a couple of tornado warnings that are going on now. Okay, the National Weather Service, I thought they might do that. They reinstated this tornado warning. You can see a couple of really good couplets here that are going on. You've got one here in the western portions of Kinney County, and that's approaching. Let's go one at a time here. So you've got this couplet here that is approaching, or sure I should say, that's approaching the Highway 90. and that's in western portions of Kinney County. This possible tornado is moving to the northeast at about 10, 15 miles per hour, kind of a northeast motion there on 90. So we've got that tornado warning that is in effect. And then we've got another tornado warning that is in effect. And this is for, let's see, the western portions of Uvalde County. And this one is also kind of moving kind of northeast or northeast. And we've got a pretty good signature here. And this is crossing 55. So if you're watching from right along 55 right now to just north of 55, take cover now, because this is a possible tornado, and could, if it's not on the ground, could become a tornado on the ground at any moment. And then here is the western portions of Kinney County, and this is moving off to the northeast as well. Okay, so we've got these two tornado warnings that I'm watching, and also we're watching our flood emergency with the catastrophic flooding that is occurring in Kerr County. Let's get to a better radar of that, and I'm going to take away the lightning off of this so you can see the rainfall. You know, it has just been raining very heavily. It looks like some of the heaviest rainfall is moving out of that Guadalupe River area, but still, it's been just a ton of rainfall through there. I'm going to get rid of the radar and get rid of the sweeping radar, and let me see if I get some warnings. I'm going to put on. You got to bear with me here real quick. There we go. Okay. Now, let's talk more about what is happening here. Okay. Yeah, this is a flash flood emergency. This is for the Hunt and the Kerrville areas. Flash flood warning, of course, is in effect for Kerr County, and that's going to be until 9 o'clock this morning. At 3 a.m., the emergency management reported, of course, all these thunderstorms that have been putting down prolific amount of rainfall there. And so flash flooding, of course, is already occurring with evacuations, escalating water rescues, and water beginning to enter structures there. Rises are expected along the Guadalupe River as well. I believe we've got a crew that may be going to that area. Maybe speaking out of turn, but I believe we do. The rises are expected along the Guadalupe River as well. This is a flash flood emergency for Hunt and Kerrville. This is a particularly dangerous situation. So, of course, you want to seek higher ground. This is a life-threatening flash flooding is occurring, of course, and the emergency management has reported all this. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses are occurring. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include the Kerrville, Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville areas, of course. Move to higher ground now. This is, of course, extreme, dangerous situation. Can't stress that enough. And, of course, you just don't want to be near that river right now as catastrophic flooding is occurring. And also, the flooding is imminent on other streams and rivers and creeks. They can also become killers in rains like this when you have this much rainfall. So